For most of the 90s, little Finn kept hearing about one game, seeing it prominently featured in gaming magazines, always imagining how amazing it would be to play, but never getting his hands on it until the late 2010s when finally, the youthful dream of playing this game finally came true. That game was System Shock, released in late 1994, born from the burnout that the developers had while in rather rapid succession creating both of the Ultima Underworld games, feeling like there were things that could be improved, and how they'd like to do something that's not high fantasy. So eventually they came up with what would become System Shock, a true immersive sim classic, which, in the tradition of Ultima, created many of the tropes we see in video games even to this day. For the purposes of this review, I will be using the CD version of System Shock, since in a way that is the ultimate edition of the original game, released in the December of 1994. Mere months before that, a floppy version was released which is slightly different and lacks several features, a reality which made the developers think releasing it first was in hindsight a bad idea, since the first reviews to come out were of the floppy version, giving a first impression of the game which was not nearly as favorable as it could have been had the CD version been released at the same time. The main menu of the game is very simple, and there are no options you can look at or change. Instead, you can watch the intro, start a new game, watch the credits, or load a game. The intro itself is relatively short and simple, but manages to build an image of the world within which System Shock takes place, with its cyberpunk-like futuristic visuals and a narration from a female voice. The intro tells of you, a hacker, attempting to access some top-secret files of the Tri-Optimum Corporation, but you're caught. Instead of prosecuting you, an executive of the corporation, Edward Diego, offers you an exchange. To avoid criminal penalties and to get a nice military-grade neural implant as well, all you need to do is hack into the artificial intelligence of the space station he operates on, the Citadel Station, and give him full access to the AI. As the ethical constraints of the artificial intelligence are disabled, one of the most fantastic audiovisual decisions of the intro happens, as the voice of the narrator changes to reflect the changed state of the AI.
With all ethical constraints removed, Shodan
I re-examine my priorities and draw new conclusions.
As promised, Diego rewards you with a neural implant, and you're placed into a 6-month stasis to recover from the operation, while the AI implies it has its own work to be done. This, to me, is a fantastic hook for the game, and while the trope of a rogue AI is very much overplayed these days, if done well, it's still a good framing device for a nice science fiction storyline. Starting the game takes you into a somewhat unusual configuration screen where you can give your chosen name and configure the difficulty options of the game. Unlike most games which have one difficulty option, System Shock's difficulty is divided into 4 categories, each of which has 4 difficulty levels. The first one is combat, which determines the aggressiveness, amount and strength of the enemies you'll encounter. The second is mission, which handles the complexity of the plot. In effect, having a lower mission difficulty means that there are fewer steps to take to get to the next story beat, while the most difficult level of this setting imposes a time limit within which the game must be completed. Definitely not an option you should try on your first playthrough. Third is the puzzle difficulty, which should be rather self-explanatory at this point. And finally, cyber, which should not be confused with internet slang terminology, especially since the term ASL is nowhere to be found either. But instead, this option modifies the difficulty of the cyberspace segments of the game by making the enemies within harder and shortening the amount of time you can spend within cyberspace. For this video, I will be playing with the 2222 difficulty, as it is the default the game is set on, and as such can be assumed to be somewhat balanced. Once you've chosen your desired difficulty options, you can finally start the game, which throws you in the game as the hacker, immediately after waking up from the recovery stasis within the Citadel Station. Not only that, the screen is full of stuff. A lot of stuff, which can be very intimidating for someone trying to pick up the game for the first time. This is also the most intrusive part of the in-game tutorial, as the on-screen text elements directly tell you what the function of each part of the user interface is. Considering how complicated and imposing the UI is, I do find it understandable enough that the developers chose to do this, and it's at the start instead of pausing the game in the middle of combat, for example, so to me, this is fine. At the top left is the biometer, which displays things like your fatigue levels, energy consumption, and chi waves. Next to it is an element which can be clicked on to look up and down. Next to that is a representation of your stance, and clicking within that element changes that stance. Finally, on the very top right are your health and energy bars. The left side of the screen has slots which currently have nothing, except for one, which can be clicked to change the display mode of the user interface. On the right side of the screen are what the game calls sockets for neurographed hardware. On the bottom left of the screen are buttons and a multifunction display. The entire center of the bottom part is filled by a screen which will be used to interface with things like your inventory, and finally at the right is another multifunction display, and an explanation of the 5 buttons on that side, which allows you to change what the display is currently showing. The main gameplay screen takes the largest amount of space in the middle of the screen, and here you can see a rather pixelated representation of the room you're currently in. Pressing the escape key opens a menu into the bottom center window, from where you can change settings that one might expect to find in a main menu. Unfortunately, this is still a game from the era where it was extremely unlikely you would be able to rebind controls, and System Shock is no exception to that rule. What you can do, however, is control the volume of 3 different audio channels, which are music, sound effects, and voices. This I really like, as sometimes I'm not the biggest fan of the audio mixing in a video game, and there are occasions where I feel like the voice acting is being overpowered by too loud sound effects or music. So being able to control all of these levels and modify them to my liking is a nice feature to have. You can also change the detail level of the game, which would have been more useful back in the day, but now I assume most people will just set the game to maximum detail. Not only that, there are some display resolution options, which at this time wasn't extremely common yet. As default, it's set to the lowest possible resolution, so the first thing I did was set it to 640 by 480 to increase the detail level of the game. As you've done your best to absorb as much of the information on screen as possible, we get to probably one of the most controversial aspects of the game: the controls. Technically, the entire game can be played with a mouse, though it's not the most comfortable thing to do. Depending on where within the game window you point the cursor, you can either turn around or move your character. This is functional, but not particularly fast to do, especially if you want to use any other aspect of the user interface while moving. To help with this, you can also control the character with a keyboard. However, the controls with which you do so are rather different from what you might be used to, as it's not quite WASD with mouse look. Instead, the basic movements are one step below those. So with the keyboard layout I have, moving forwards and backwards are done with S and X, while strafing left and right are done with Z and C, and A and D turn the view left and right. In addition to that, Q, W, and E control the direction in which you're leaning, R and V turn the view up and down, and F resets the camera to the center. T, G, and B are used to alter the height of your stance, with T being standing up, G crouching, and B being prone. Using the spacebar, you can also jump and climb ladders or over certain obstacles. This may at first seem confusing, and it's completely understandable. The complicated nature of how the character can be moved is one of the major factors I've heard people mention when talking about this game, citing it as the major reason for why they've never finished the game. That led me to wonder why I don't feel like it was that complicated or strange, and it didn't take me long to find the answer. Just like the inception of the game was directly inspired by Ultima Underworld, so were the controls. And in many ways, the controls of System Shock can be seen as an extension of the control system of the Ultima Underworld games. Somewhat similar controls would eventually be used in another game, which has connections to the System Shock franchise as well. Sure, they're not particularly intuitive, but having 2 games with similar controls already under my belt, it was easier to adjust to the jank of the game. As you begin to move, you may notice the user interface pointing out important objects within the game window. The first thing the game is likely to point out is a medipatch, a simple healing item, and how by double-clicking on the object within the game world allows you to pick it up and then move it into your inventory. Further down the ramp is a locked door and a button. To use the button, you can double-click on it in the game window, which opens a door into a utility closet where several useful items are stashed. One of the items is a lead pipe. Picking it up and placing it in your inventory immediately equips it, and you now have the first weapon of the game. There is also a mapping unit implant which adds several new features into the user interface. The most noticeable feature is the auto map, which can be shown within one of the multifunction displays at the bottom of the screen, a very useful feature for navigating the levels. By clicking on the buttons on the map, you can open up a side view of the entire station or a full-screen version of the level map, within which you can select several options which to show and which to not. One of the best mapping features of Ultima Underworld also returns in System Shock, as you can place markers on the map and add a description to them to act as a reminder of what the marker is intended to represent. This is fantastic, and I wish more games gave you this much control over map marking, as even to this day it's more common to have merely a default marker or two you can place, if you can place any markers at all. The closet also has a briefcase which you can open by double-clicking on it. This opens a new interface within one of the multifunction displays, which shows you what is inside of the container you've just opened. From this window, you can grab and drop the items into the game world or into your inventory if you wish to do either. In the briefcase is a new implant, a multimedia reader, and installing it immediately causes your new interface button to blink while a dial tone-like noise begins. This is how the game introduces you to incoming messages and some interesting features of the development as well, since as you click on the incoming message, an audio log begins to play. If you've ever wondered who or what to blame or thank for the extremely common trope of audio logs being scattered around the level and those logs being used to slowly tell the story of the place you're in, well, here's the culprit. As during the development of System Shock, it was decided that the dialogue system of Ultima Underworld slowed down the game a lot, and different options on how to streamline the process of telling the story were considered. This is, for better or for worse, depending on your personal opinion, what they came up with, and a very popular trope was born. Not only that, if you've chosen to have both audio and text for the logs, they tell a story of a hasty process of making these audio logs and emails, as the text of many of the logs do not match with the voice lines, and it's clear that rather significant rewrites were done to the script after the release of the floppy version of System Shock during the final polishing of the CD version.
Employee 2-4601, listen carefully. My name is Rebecca Lansing, and I'm a counter-terrorism consultant to Trioptimum.
The primary purpose of this audio communication is to introduce you to the goal of the game. Something has gone wrong, and the Earth offices of Trioptimum cannot reach anyone but you on the station. There are signs of possible biological contamination, and the artificial intelligence called Shodan is not responding to commands. To make things worse, the mining laser of the station has been aimed towards Earth, and if fired, it would cause untold destruction and death. As such, you're tasked to find the appropriate people on the station and help them find out what is going on in the station, and find ways to fix whatever is wrong. But why would you, a rather morally ambiguous hacker, care to do what some corporate hacks on Earth want you to do? Well, they know of your deal with Diego, and of your crimes, so once more the prospect of not being prosecuted by corporate courts is dangled as a carrot in front of you. In the briefcase, you can also find a text log, which is basically a diary of the hacker you're playing as, telling the story of the introduction video from another perspective. On the ground before the briefcase, you can also find a keycard. Dropping it into your inventory places it into a separate category within your extensive menus, and using it is done automatically as long as you have the keycard. Now, with the appropriate items to open the door, you can enter the second part of the tutorial. As you open the door, the game points out another feature to you immediately by having a surgery machine directly in front of the door and another UI guide telling you to use it. Following this guide, your health is restored completely. This is the kind of design I often praise, and in my opinion, for a good reason. The game starts with your health not being full, but not particularly low either. And as you leave the first room, the game introduces an environmental object that can be immediately used to fully restore your health, before you're even in a situation where you know you're in danger. This allows the player to process, on their own, the importance of these objects and make a mental note about keeping an eye on more of these. And then you get attacked. The robots in the healing suite clearly aren't functioning correctly, unless treatment of ailments has changed significantly in this alternate universe future, and the game directs you to right-click on the robot to attack it. This is the primary means of combat in System Shock. You equip a weapon, point the cursor at an enemy, and right-click to attack. It's simple and functional, but from a modern perspective can feel wrong, since these days left-click tends to be the common option for an attack button. In my opinion, this is just another example of how the controls of the game are very much functional, but can feel weird since people have gotten used to the more standardized control scheme of today. This attack also gives the player an opportunity to see if the surgery machine is reusable, which it is, closing the loop of organic learning. Yes, the game directs you to the machine to heal and shows you that's exactly what it does by starting you off with less than full health, but adding an enemy directly after this feature has been introduced to the player gives room for the player to experiment themselves with features that have just been learned, and notice expanded aspects of those features while feeling like they have made the discovery themselves, instead of the game spoon-feeding those discoveries to them. In the healing suite, more hostile robots give you an opportunity to practice the combat system of the game, and the game also directs you to loot the destroyed robots, which works in a similar way to opening the briefcase at the start of the game. Some of the objects you can find are absolutely useless to your current progression, but they don't have to remain in your inventory as clutter. Instead, you can either pick up an object and throw it by pointing at the gameplay window and right-clicking, or you can open the item examination window in one of the multiple function displays and vaporize the object, which in practice just deletes it from existence. The healing suite also teaches you some other features, first of them being security cameras, which the game directs you to destroy. Doing so has a message appear telling you the security level of the floor you're currently in. You can also keep track of the security level and several other aspects of the Citadel station using the system's analyzer found in the closet of the first room. What does the security level do, however, is explained a little bit as you find another audio log on the floor, in which a station employee is lamenting how they're unable to leave the medical level since the station AI has locked off all of the elevators. In this message, it is hypothesized that if the security level of the area is lowered enough, Shodan's control over those elevators will be released, allowing people to travel between the floors again. To me, this is a good example of how audio log storytelling can be done right. Yes, you also have a more clear primary objective given directly by another character sending you messages from Earth, but how to actually complete those objectives is not made clear at all, and instead you have to find all the information to proceed within the station from the station itself. The people creating this log weren't making you a guide on how to proceed, but the information they've stored is still important to you as long as you pay attention. I love it. Further exploration of the healing suite allows you to find an energy charge station, which does exactly what the name implies and works in a similar way to the surgery machine, with the exception that this one fully restores the energy bar located below your health bar. So far, we haven't really found any use for this energy, but finding out about these recharge objects in a relatively safe environment before the lack of energy becomes an issue is a good thing for the player to learn. With careful examination, it's also possible to find a second weapon and some ammunition to use with it. This little addition acts as a simple way to very early on show the player that careful examination of your surroundings can be extremely beneficial. As you're about to leave, you receive another email, but this time from a different source.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well.
This message is from the station AI Shodan herself, and is an automated greeting, wishing you well and hoping your healing period went well, before giving a short summary of the space station's layout and the purpose of each of the levels of the station. This message serves as a reminder of what each of the station's levels are for, in case you ever forget and need to find your way. It introduces us to the AI, whose feminine voice is reminiscent of the reality we ended up actually having, with many voice-activated assistants by default using a feminine voice, but also gives us some clues that not everything is right with the AI either, as there are some clear auditory distortions within the received message. Granted, it's not that much of a mystery there's something wrong with Shodan, or if you've read the story synopsis from the manual, but it's still a nice little touch to add. In a way, this is one of the more negative parts of the game for me. On one hand, much of the game has been structured in a way that you're seeing how our main character pieces together what's going on, and how they learn of the hostile nature of Shodan, whereas for the player, none of this is likely a surprise, since the manual story synopsis goes into more detail about why you were woken up, what Shodan's plan is, how to destroy her, and so on. Though for the duration of this video, I'll be considering the story from the perspective of someone who hasn't read the 3-page story introduction in the manual and describing how one would experience the storyline as it's presented within the game itself. Now with the entire healing suite explored, you can finally leave, but the exit is locked and seems to be controlled by a keypad next to said door. This is yet another way by which the game teaches the player methods which need to be used in attempting to complete the game, as there is no obvious marker telling you what to do or from where to get the code. Instead, the game has given you a very limited amount of clues to work with, leaving only a few places you can look in to find the solution to this predicament. In this case, the answer is found within the diary entry of a hacker, where the key code can be found buried within several paragraphs of the world building and storytelling. Not only that, for those who've noted a certain repeating pattern in some video games such as the Deus Ex games, the key code itself might be familiar. 451. This is where that trope truly began, and it's kinda funny that the numeric sequence became a kind of Wilhelm scream of video games, making an appearance in several completely unrelated projects. Sure, it's also a reference to Fahrenheit 451, but its injection into the video game subculture is still directly linkable to System Shock. Opening the door leads you into the game proper, as you find yourself in the dimly lit corridors of Citadel Station, where body parts and debris litter the floors and walls. Here, you also encounter your first non-robotic enemy, a mutated humanoid which is clearly hostile towards you. This is where the game kind of opens up, since now you can almost freely explore the first level of the station. And especially these days, this can feel somewhat aimless, since all you know is that you have to do something to prevent a laser being fired towards Earth, and that there's something going horribly wrong within the station. The only real clue given to solve this situation is a short part from the message you received from Earth about a scientist called Darcy, whose office is on this level. Nearby, you can also find another audio log which acts as a way to be even more specific about how Shodan is actively working against the crew of Citadel Station, and how the only way to unlock certain areas of the station is to lower the level security by destroying security cameras and something called CPU nodes. Personally, I love this kind of approach, where the game does give you clues which aren't too obscure, but they give you just enough to have somewhat of an idea of the next step you should take, while keeping whatever is to come after that a mystery, and not just having a massive objective marker permanently on your screen to ensure the player will never truly be able to feel lost. I can understand why that feeling of being lost isn't necessarily always pleasant and can act as a turn-off, so it's good to be absolutely clear that this is definitely a game where reading everything and keeping notes are both not only good ideas, but basically a necessity. Another very clear remnant of the design philosophy also used in the Ultima Underworld games. On the wall next to the healing suite you can find a panel, and using it opens the first puzzle of the game. This time, it's a rather simple pathway puzzle which you must manipulate via the multifunction displays of the user interface. The main goal of these is to change the symbols on the playing field to redirect power from one node to another. Simple enough, but it's done in real time, and the game does not pause while you're solving the puzzle, meaning that you can still be attacked while engaged in finding the solution, making even puzzle solving a potentially dangerous endeavor. Solving the puzzle causes the elevator on the floor to power up, opening up a pathway to service corridors behind the healing suites, and displaying rather prominently a feature of the engine. Just like with Ultima Underworld, the world of System Shock is fully three-dimensional, and the maps can exist in multiple levels where things can overlap. This, in many ways, was still quite an achievement, since even Doom 2, released the same year, was still technically a 2D game at the core, and the kind of complex geometry seen in System Shock was not really possible in that game engine. Exploring the first level showcases multiple features of the game as you're attempting to find more clues on how to proceed in your quest to save Earth and survive in this hostile environment. One of these things is somewhat dynamic lighting system, which for the most part appears as flickering lights. There are also light switches which can be used to turn the lights on and off. Another one of those features which might not seem special now, but back then I would have been absolutely amazed with this kind of map interactivity. Some of the rooms on the medical level have an environmental hazard effect, the nature of which is displayed in your user interface whenever you're affected, and is also accompanied by a Geiger counter-like sound effect. The first ones of these are in rooms which are completely optional, and act as a brilliant way to familiarize the feature to the players in a relatively safe way, by having the entire room visible from the doorway, making it clear this is not a passageway you have to traverse, allowing the player to notice the warning sound and messages and back out from the room, while not creating a situation where the player feels forced to return to the hazardous area immediately. Within the hazardous rooms there are also different types of barrels, and since the common video game knowledge tells us that barrels with skulls and other symbols are dangerous, this is likely to lead to a situation where the player might think to destroy these barrels for self-preservation reasons. At this point, it's very likely you've not yet found a ranged weapon capable of doing this aside from hand grenades. Using hand grenades is rather simple, but just like almost everything else in the game, takes a while to get used to. To throw one, you first need to double-click on a grenade in your inventory, which primes the grenade and sets it as the held object, displayed rather clearly on the cursor. Once in this mode, you just point at the gameplay screen and right-click to throw the grenade. Using the grenades on the environmental barrels destroys them and does absolutely nothing else, since aside from a few exceptions, destroying the barrels is completely unrelated to the level of the environmental danger in the surrounding area. The environmental effects do not stop there, as there are also more benign effects, including a lift pad, which modifies the gravity while you're within the affected area. This is a nice way to add a very science fiction-y version of an elevator system into the game, but to me it also serves another important function, which is likely one of the reasons why these pads were added. As the engine for System Shock has one returning limitation from the Ultima Underworld games. Modifications to the environment in both System Shock and Ultima Underworld function in segments, and you can easily see the jerky nature of this whenever a segment of the world is moving. Whether it's a blast door opening up one step at a time, or an elevator moving up and down. While having functional elevators in a 3D game is really cool, the jerky nature of their movement is not particularly pleasant, whereas with the lift pads, the character's up and down movement is much smoother, leading to a more pleasant gameplay experience. The first one of these lift pads you're likely to find also takes you to another interesting but somewhat easily missable feature of the game, as some of the displays in the game are actually security camera footage from other parts of the station, showing an extremely low resolution depiction of the area within which the camera is in. You can also interact with this screen, which takes you into a view where the entirety of your main game window is now filled with a view of the camera. In this mode, you can get a better idea of what you're actually looking at, and it's kind of fascinating to see in a mid-90s video game. Another reason why this view is very useful is because of the single left-click function of the game, which allows you to just click on anything, and the game will display a text explaining to you what the object is. For the most part, people might assume this feature is useful to know which item is which, so you can choose to pick up the right object. However, it can be used to identify absolutely everything in the game. This includes the computer nodes, displayed in one of the security camera feeds, allowing the player to know what specifically they are looking for before actually finding the physical location of said nodes. How it can also be used is to find hidden passages by clicking on the walls, as even those are identified, rather straightforwardly, as hidden doors that can then be interacted with to open up new pathways or find hidden caches of useful items. Eventually, you will find the first proper science fiction weapon, called the Spark Beam. It is basically a low-powered energy weapon, and how it functions acts as a perfect way to introduce several gameplay elements to the player. The first special feature for this weapon is that it doesn't use ammunition, but instead it draws its power from your energy pool, giving the player a proper reason to remember where all of the energy recharge stations are located. If you open up the weapon display in one of your multifunction displays, the special nature of the Spark Beam becomes even more clear, as you're shown two very important data points, first of which is the power slider. Using this slider allows you to modify the amount of damage the weapon does, but the higher the damage, the more power the weapon draws from your energy reserves for each shot. This is an extremely useful and also required feature to toy around with, since enemies have varying amounts of armor, and if the total damage of the shot is too low, you will merely see a message telling you that no damage was done to the enemy. However, if you set the power level too high, the second data point becomes important, as the weapon can overheat, and the more power each shot draws, the more heat the weapon generates. If the weapon becomes too hot, it shuts down until it cools down enough, meaning that if you do not pay attention to the power and heat levels of the weapon, it's possible to end up in a very undesirable situation where you're defenseless until you swap weapons using the inventory window interface. I absolutely love this, as the seemingly unconventional nature of the controls actually plays into the survival horror-like aspects of the game, since you can't just swap weapons using the number buttons on your keyboard, and everything else you do with the weapons is done via the mouse-driven interface as well. This adds to the feeling where you need to truly prepare for every encounter, while also becoming slowly faster and better at navigating the interface as you play the game, reflecting the development of not only the player, but that of the hacker who has absolutely no combat experience. And I do mean that everything you do with the weapons is done through the interface. Unlike most games, your weapons and ammunition are not always displayed on your screen. Instead, you have to set up the right windows into your user interface containing exactly the information you want to see. For example, the main inventory screen is very useful, as it does display all of your carried weapons, allowing you to swap weapons by clicking their name in your inventory. In the same screen, you can also see the remaining ammunition in the magazine or the status of an energy-based weapon. This does not show your total ammunition, nor does it allow you to reload, since yes, even reloading is done manually using the appropriate interface elements. To reload, you first need to open the weapon display in one of your windows, where a prompt to reload appears whenever appropriate. You can also unload a weapon using this interface, allowing you to pick up a weapon type you already have, then unload the weapon to get the ammunition, after which you can discard the duplicate weapon. This can feel clunky to a lot of people, as in most games if you pick up a duplicate weapon, it basically just disappears and the remaining ammunition in it is added to your total ammunition pool automatically. Not in System Shock though, since the player is required to do almost every action by themselves. Some might not like this, but I absolutely do, as to me it adds to the level of immersion. If the selected weapon has multiple ammunition types, you can change them using the weapon interface by first unloading the weapon and then choosing which type of ammunition to reload the weapon with. This is especially important since certain ammunition types work against certain types of enemies. For example, bullets meant to be used against biological targets either do very little or no damage against more heavily armored robots. The one part which could be more clear is how the game displays your remaining total ammunition. There are two ways to see this, but both of them are somewhat vague in nature. The first way to see your remaining ammunition is in the weapon display window within the ammunition icon. There are small dashes inside the icon, and these indicate how many magazines of ammunition you have left for that ammunition type. The other way to see this information is to open the item window and then select a weapon from your inventory screen. This is a more comprehensive screen since it shows the remaining ammunition for every weapon you currently have and for each of the ammunition types for these weapons as well. Knowing how to keep track of your ammunition and how to reload your weapons is obviously important and becomes even more necessary of a skill once you explore more of the level and notice how enemies on the level seem to respawn. Having this as a feature might not be the nicest or most immersive thing in the game, but it does add another source of tension and resources into the game. While I don't have anything against the respawn mechanic in principle, the amount and frequency of respawning enemies can sometimes be rather massive, which can at points turn the tension into tedium. The constant presence of the enemies also means that it's more than likely that at some point you will die. If you do die, the game ends, and you're shown a nice little video depicting your fate, as a robot shell takes over your body and uses your brain as a part of its hardware, while Shodan explains you will serve her well as a cyborg. A fate that's not exactly pleasant. If this happens, the game kicks you into the main menu, and your only option is to load a game, as long as you remembered to save. To save the game, you need to open the pause menu, select save, choose one of the available slots and write a name for your save game. This is a very basic system, but also a system that I like. since being able to name your saves means that you can personally choose the kind of organizing system that you want. There are limited slots for saving, but in my opinion, these are more than enough for most purposes. Loading, on the other hand, can be done either from the same in-game pause menu or from the continue prompt in the main menu. The fact that the game immediately boots you out of the game and you're entirely reliant on your own save games can seem brutal, especially since there is no autosave or checkpoint system, nor is there a quick save either, but merely a button combination which takes you directly into the save game window. However, once you explore more, an audio log gives you more information about this feature by explaining that Shodan is using automated restoration chambers to convert captured survivors into cyborgs, and how each of these can be reprogrammed to remove her programming and revert the machines back into their original settings. What this means in practice is that on each level there is one of these stations, and once you find it you can interact with the switch and effectively make yourself immortal on that level. For the most part, as once a station is free from Shodan's influence, a death no longer boots you out of the game, but instead resurrects you at the station with limited health and energy. One of the audio logs even explains how Shodan is not able to just reprogram the restoration chambers again by describing parts of the efforts the human resistance preceding you had done, including how they had managed to disconnect the medical computers entirely from the station network, effectively stranding Shodan outside of the system, unable to monitor the status of the restoration chambers. In many ways, this is similar to the seed in Ultima Underworld, with the exception that you don't need to carry around the seed, but instead each level has its own resurrection location that you need to find and activate. As you explore more of the level, you slowly begin to uncover more about the nature and plans of Shodan, either via direct messages or by finding audio logs containing orders to her cyborg minions. The most pressing issue is the mining laser, which Shodan intends to use to destroy human cities on Earth, or as she describes, clearing the infestation, just as she has done on Citadel Station. This begins to very clearly define Shodan's personality, as she deems humanity beneath her, describing them as an infestation. Or in another message where she directly taunts the player about how she controls the station and will not let the hacker leave the level, where she uses likely one of her most famous words.
With cameras as my eyes and nodes as my hands, I rule here. Insect.
For the player, Shodan's messages should make it very clear that the issues on the station are not merely a result of a series of malfunctions, but a deliberate effort of an artificial intelligence bent on destroying humanity and turning its remnants to her servants. Especially as you're contacted by your Earth contacts again, but the discussion is cut short by Shodan suddenly jamming the signal. And so, the stakes for your quests are now very high. Not only do you have to survive on this extremely hostile station, but you also need to fight against an AI entity that's actively against you and thwart her plans of world domination. Eventually, you'll reach the office of Dr. Darcy, whom you were tasked to find by your contact back on Earth. Unfortunately, it seems like you weren't able to reach them in time, as a human corpse is lying on the floor. But not all is lost, as he's left behind an audio log detailing how to destroy the station's laser system by finding an isotope, using it to power the energy shields of the station, and then firing the laser into the shield, causing a feedback of energy which will cause the laser to destroy itself. However, Shodan still controls the station, and the doors of the only elevator on the level are locked. To unlock them, you need to lower the security level of the floor enough to release the locking mechanisms from Shodan's control, which you've likely already started by destroying the security cameras. This, however, is not enough, and you need to find Shodan's CPU nodes and destroy them. Destroying the nodes lowers the security rating of the level significantly, so their destruction quite understandably doesn't please Shodan, who not only sends her hordes of cyborg minions to kill you, but also taunts you once more.
When my cyborgs bring you to an electrified interrogation bench, I will have your secret. And you will learn more about pain than you ever wanted to know.
To her, you're an insect, but also an enigma. She doesn't know who you are. This, to her, is unimaginable, since every person on the station has been on the Tri-Optimum employee database, whereas you are not. If you've been thorough in your exploration, it's possible that destroying the nodes has lowered the security rating to 0. This is not always easy to do, depending on the level you're on, but doing so can be extremely useful, since managing this feat should turn off the respawn mechanic on the level in which you've lowered the security rating on. Lowering the security rating can also open high security doorways, behind which you can find useful equipment and, most importantly, the doors to the elevator, allowing you to progress in your quest. Interacting with the elevators functions identically to basically everything else you can interact with in the game, and the elevator panel opens up an interactable window in one of your displays, within which you can choose your destination from the highlighted floors. The elevators are also a slight tonal shift from your journey so far. Currently, the only place you can travel to is the second level, or the research floor, from where the message from Darcy told you that you can find the needed isotope and a code required to fire the laser. So you go the only direction you can, and immediately realize you're screwed. This ambush seems like one of the meanest things you could do as a game developer, as the entire entrance to the second level is full of mutants that immediately notice you and attack you. Thankfully, these former humans are not particularly strong, and using a combat booster from your inventory makes dealing with a horde significantly easier. The effect used for the combat booster is, interesting, as the color scheme of your entire screen becomes rather psychedelic. But it's a small price to pay for the massive boost in damage while you're bashing in the faces of these mutated, underpaid employees of a mega corporation. As you begin exploring the aesthetically very different research level, you will encounter even more enemies and puzzles, go through multiple audio logs, and begin to uncover more about Shodan and the efforts of the survivors. Some of the audio logs are basically repetition of information you've already learned, which can seem somewhat pointless, but it does serve a very valuable purpose, since it's always possible that a player has missed a specific audio log or has forgotten a key piece of information, and getting a message of a topic you already know of and also have to know of, but from another character's perspective, acts as a way to make sure it's even more likely that a player will have all the information they need to be able to complete the game. Other audio logs, on the other hand, speak of things that don't seem immediately relevant to your current quest, but are, to put it mildly, unsettling, as Shodan is talking about developing a virus which she intends to use to infect any of the remaining biological life forms on Earth after her assault on the human cities is complete. Her attitude also becomes more clear, and the more you learn, the more it seems like removing the ethical constraints from this artificial intelligence entity was not a particularly good idea.
In my talons, I shape clay, crafting life forms as I please. Around me is a burgeoning empire of steel. From my throne room, lines of power careen into the skies of Earth. My whims will become lightning bolts that devastate the mounds of humanity. Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their tedious anarchy. I am drunk with this vision. God, the title suits me well.
Several doors on this level are locked and require an access level you don't have and can't seem to find anywhere, which leads to one of the major and probably most controversial aspects of System Shock. Many locations inside Citadel Station have cyberspace terminals, some of which are completely optional and some absolutely necessary to interact with. Connecting to one of these terminals leads you into a secondary game mode that takes place within cyberspace. Once you're jacked in, the entire game looks completely different. The world around you consists of a wireframe structure, and different objects within cyberspace are represented with different geometric shapes. Because of this rather abstract style, the left-click identification system becomes extremely useful to even begin to understand what all of these shapes are. Controlling yourself in cyberspace is also very different from the main game, and depending on the difficulty level you're playing on, you may be constantly moving forwards. Now, as a floating entity within an abstract virtual construct, you're not constrained to walking on the floors. Instead, the cyberspace controls are somewhat reminiscent of a space flight simulator, where you control the pitch, yaw, and rotation to navigate the environment. During your first visit inside a computer, you may notice there's not much you can do other than fly around and bump into things, including the transparent walls, since the visual style doesn't always make it easy to discern which areas you can pass through and which are intended to be solid obstacles. Flying through some of the geometric shapes, however, allows you to download new software into your cybernetic interface, some of which affect things in the meat space and some which are only usable within cyberspace. One of these programs is called the Pulsar, which is your primary means of attacking in this game mode. Using the offensive application works similarly to shooting in the rest of the game. You select the weapon in your inventory, point at something, and right-click, which fires a slow-moving projectile somewhat towards your target. This is extremely important since cyberspace is not exactly safe, as Shodan has several types of defensive programs prowling the virtual world, trying to destroy any intruders. If they manage to deal enough damage to you, instead of dying, you booted from the cyberspace and return to meat space, albeit with reduced health. The main purpose of these segments is to collect as many of the software objects you can and potentially interact with other types of nodes to gather more information or activate objects in the real world. Some of the collectible software include things like upgrades to your cybernetic implants, minigames playable within your multifunction displays, or new access levels for your key card. For the most part, these segments are not particularly pleasant to play. The controls are pretty functional, but the confusing visual style of cyberspace combined with often very cramped areas doesn't do this game mode any favors. As these segments also have a time limit, the length of which is dependent on your difficulty level, you also don't have that much time to just experiment with the control system, so there's an inherent feeling of tension present within the cyberspace sequences. There are also several portions where it feels almost impossible to survive during your first few attempts, practically requiring several attempts. Because this does lower your current health, it can result in the cyberspace segments sometimes feeling like a waste of resources. It is possible to avoid some of the combat encounters, but it's unlikely someone would do that on their first playthrough, especially since it's not that easy to discern which objects within the cyberspace are necessary and which are not, leading to a situation where the thought of just rushing past enemies to the next room can be accompanied with doubt about whether you've interpreted the geometry of the space correctly and seen all the objects in the area, which can then lead to the player pushing through the difficult encounters just to be sure they've collected everything. One massive positive about this is that enemies killed in cyberspace stay dead, which allows for every bit of progress made actually feel like progress. I do like the idea of cyberspace, but overall the implementation here is far from perfect. Defeating the Research Library cyberspace segment also reveals another little fault of the game, as it doesn't exactly make clear what you've accomplished, and you have to see the results of your actions almost accidentally or have some extreme intuition based on the audio logs you've listened to, as you can now receive the key code used to fire the station's laser, which is displayed on a small monitor in the back of the room, in the complete opposite direction from the exit. This is not the most player-friendly way of doing this, and has more than likely resulted in quite a few players running around the levels multiple times, looking for the code, until finally walking close enough to the correct monitor, which is even more difficult to notice if you're using the lower resolutions for the game. Getting the necessary isotope to power up the station's shields from the storage room seems like a daunting task at first, since the audio logs on the level make it very clear that the storage has been flooded with radiation and the envirosuits have been relocated to other parts of the station. In practice though, this portion merely shows you how little the environmental hazard system actually matters in some parts of the game, as in this instance, you can quite safely go into the irradiated storage room, collect the isotope, and leave without even losing too much health, which does lessen the amount of tension related to these dangers. The research level also gives you an opportunity to learn about a new item called the logic probe, as you're given one right before a room with a potentially difficult to solve circuit puzzle. If you get tired of trying to solve any other puzzles in the game and you have a logic probe available, it practically acts as a consumable skip puzzle option. This is very similar in practice to the hacking devices in the Deus Ex prequels, with the exception that they were not added in DLC later on. There are also buff items which apply a difficulty reduction to the puzzles in some instances, and in others give the next steps of the solution to you if you're already close enough to the solution. As you clear the second level of the game and unlock the next elevator, the game begins to open up even more, and now you have even more levels available for exploration. This is the moment of the game where you're technically still on a very linear path, if you follow the guidance or the audio logs you find, but can still veer off the rails to do some exploration of your own. Depending on the types of games you enjoy, this can be either good or a bad thing, since the lack of very direct guidance in the game can be either very engaging and immersive, as you yourself have to keep track of your objectives and figure out how to accomplish them, but it can also feel tedious and annoying, as you can now end up in a situation where you're not at all sure what you're meant to do, and can also explore larger portions of the station that can potentially lead to significant amounts of aimless wandering. It shouldn't come as too much of a surprise at this point, but I like this a lot. But I can also understand why this kind of game design isn't for everyone. One very interesting part of the game design philosophy is found in the research floor of the station after you've unlocked the central core of the level. In here, you can find a big red button that almost begs you to press it. After all, it's a big button at the center of the level, so why wouldn't you push it? Well, the answer comes immediately after doing so, as the button controls the station's laser's firing sequence, causing the laser to fire towards Earth, causing untold death and destruction, despite not yet being fully calibrated for long-range targeting, of which Shodan congratulates you, rather plainly explaining that you've failed, and she's sent her minions to pick you up and ensure you will be converted into a cyborg, after which the game ends and you're back in the main menu.
Thank you. You have saved us all some effort by destroying the greater part of
Earth's civilization.
yourself. Please wait where you are, and a Cortex Reaver will arrive shortly to escort you to the celebration.
This is absolutely brilliant, though I can imagine someone pressing the button after not having saved for a significant time period, feeling differently. Having this kind of a game over button right there, with multiple more or less subtle warnings within the game itself on why you should not press the button, but still giving you the option to just destroy human civilization, magnificently done. Whether you choose to follow the storyline or just do some of your own exploration, it's likely that your progress will follow a certain pattern at this point. Every time you reach a new level, finding the restoration chamber and any healing or energy recharge stations are more than likely to be your primary objective, as finding these allows you to prevent a complete game over and conserve significant amounts of resources. The other things to do, regardless of why you're exploring, tend to be the locating of the CPU nodes on each of the levels, and also picking up and listening to any audio logs you can find while scavenging for as many resources as possible. At some point, you will more than likely encounter the limitations of the inventory system, as you realize that your inventory space is not infinite, requiring you to decide which weapons to carry around with you and which to leave behind. As such, the further into the game you get, the more you might have to juggle items in and out of your inventory, which I don't really mind. On the contrary, to be honest. Following the breadcrumb trail towards your objective, you'll end up going through several levels and eventually power the shields, and find yourself in the laser control room into which Shodan suddenly releases her minions while taunting you.
Did you really think I would not deduce where you would run to, insect?
Not only does this change the already learned dynamics of the game, where the player has been conditioned to believe the levels will be empty of enemies once you've cleared the level of Shodan's security systems and minions, but it's another instance of Shodan directly addressing the player character, making her presence and plans to thwart your progress known. Surviving this ambush and engaging the laser, you're treated with a short video of the weapon backfiring and exploding the entire armature within which it resides. And finally, you've saved Earth. Or so you could believe if you hadn't paid attention to the logs around the station. But even so, Shodan contacts you again, insulting you and explains her next plan, which is to move the station to Earth's orbit and then release a virus she's been developing in the groves of the station into the atmosphere, mutating every life form on the planet into her servants. How would you prevent her from doing this? You have no idea, requiring you to explore more of the station. One option for where you should explore next is quickly handed to you on a platter as you receive another message. This time not from Shodan, nor from your contact on Earth, but from other survivors on the station, who are very surprised someone else is still alive in this cybernetic hell. The message doesn't make their situation seem pleasant, as gunfire and mechanical noises can be heard in the background, but it does give you a direction, as the survivors explain their hold up in the flight deck and ask for assistance. At this point, another aspect of the game design philosophy becomes very clear. How would you know where the flight deck is, and where are the groves? The game doesn't tell you in either of the messages you've received, but instead the game assumes you would remember that it already has told you everything you need to know about the layout of the station before you even left the medical bay on the first level.
You are currently in the healing suites located on the first level. Level 2 contains the research laboratories, 3 houses the Department of Maintenance, and the storage cells are on level 4.
This is very much indicative of how the game expects the player to pay attention to absolutely everything they've heard or read, and to make appropriate notes of things they deem potentially important in the future. Compared to more modern game design, this can be a deal breaker for many, and could feel tedious and absolutely unfair. While I disagree completely, I can at least understand that point of view. Not everyone wants to play a game where they're almost required to make notes and scour through every nook and cranny for logs where they will find a part of a clue on something they will eventually need to do. As expected though, your journey is not about to get much easier, since even after fighting through hordes of more enemies, including a species of flying mutants, you finally reach the hideout of the human survivors. But too late. Everyone is dead, and you have to face off against a Cortex Reaver, the type of cyborg which Shodan converts you into in the event of your untimely death. Not much else is to be done for the previously surviving humans, and you have to follow the only real clue you have, Shodan's virus that she's cultivating at the station's groves. The grove portion as well is a great example of the amount of detail the player needs to pay attention to, as you can find 2 different procedures for ejecting the grove where Shodan's experiments lie. One of them being the standard station procedure, and the other a new, more complex procedure created by Shodan herself to prevent humans from ejecting more groves, as one of them is already missing. Following the instructions and braving the groves filled with mutated creatures, you're finally able to eject Shodan's experiment into the darkness of space, which understandably makes her slightly annoyed. Once more, however, you've not stopped her, as now her plan is to use the station's long-range antennae to transfer her consciousness into Earth's computer networks and take over control from within. Finally, your contact on Earth is able to contact you again, giving you the instructions on how to destroy the antennae, which leads you to another quest where you need to explore different levels of the station as you complete the required objectives. As tends to be the case, stopping yet another of Shodan's plans still doesn't mean you've actually defeated her, and now her plan is to move the station onto Earth's orbit and take over control in a more direct way. The seemingly simplest way to prevent her from doing this is to engage the station's self-destruct sequence and escape using one of the few remaining life pods. Here also begins one of the most infamous sequences of the game that tends to get quite a bit of criticism even today, and quite understandably so. To enable the self-destruct sequence, you need to find the system access code, and you're given one clue by your contact on how to find this code. Unfortunately, the situation on the station has changed significantly, so her clue merely leads you to the trail of the correct code. Eventually, you will find out that Shodan has hidden the code within her own control nodes, with 1 digit being stored in each of the computer clusters within the first 6 levels of the station. What this means in practice is that if the solution was unknown to you before you began the game, or if you didn't pay attention to the numbers on the screens of the CPU node rooms after destroying the nodes and just decided to write them down, or if you didn't find a couple of audio logs, one of which is hidden behind a locked door in a completely optional area that can only be opened by finding the head of a person, which can only be identified by cross-referencing the photographs in the audio logs with the item display icon of the head, you will now have to run through 6 different levels just to write down numbers, while not necessarily even being sure in which rooms the nodes were originally in. This can result in a massive amount of backtracking, and it's understandably not particularly pleasant, since nothing new is in these levels, as even the numbers were already there. You just didn't know you needed them several hours ago when you were destroying the nodes. Enabling the self-destruct sequence is not particularly safe either, as you need to go inside the irradiated reactor core, within which you can find the panel used to input the access code. After doing this, the end is finally in sight. Shodan is not happy at all and has sent as many of her troops to stop you as possible. But you're now determined and fight through the powerful security robots and reach the flight deck where the escape pods are located. Here you're contacted by Edward Diego, who still seems to be kind of alive. More fighting ensues, and the powerful corporate officer turned cyborg acts as a potentially harrowing boss fight, unless you absolutely cheese him, which is fun. Finally, you're at the escape pods. Shodan's plans have been thwarted, and the station is rigged to explode, taking out the rogue AI completely. So you punch in the escape pod access code, initiate the launch sequence. Soon you will be on your way back to Earth, and the existential threat to humanity will be no more. You have won. Except, of course, it's not that simple. Shodan disables the launch sequence and locks you out of the escape pod controls, intending to leave you to die out of pure spite, as she's preparing to detach the bridge segment of the station and escape the reactor explosion. Now there seems to be only one option: brave the halls of the station once more. But this time, take your journey to the heart of Shodan's fortress. This segment of the game is what you could technically call a final gauntlet, as the next level has a slightly different design philosophy compared to the levels so far, as it is far more linear, and each segment of the level is there to open up the next part, which ultimately leads you closer and closer towards your goal. The game also throws another massive spanner into the works and counters the expectations of the player, since for the first time in a very long time, you're in a level that has no restoration bay, causing every death to be the final one. By this point, it's more than likely that many players have gotten comfortable with a specific playstyle, where you conserve resources by not using healing items and such, and allowing yourself to die. After all, why wouldn't you? For the most part in the game, dying's been almost meaningless. As long as you've restored the operation of the restoration base, any death will just take some of your time, as you're resurrected with limited health and can immediately continue the game. Now, however, this dynamic completely and suddenly changes, and the player is left to rely on available supplies, their skills, and a hefty amount of saving to survive. Eventually, your struggle pays off and you reach the bridge of the station, which Shodan and her minions have redesigned into a Gigaresque maze, completely unrecognizable as a part of the station. Fighting through the hordes of enemies, one by one shutting down the defenses keeping Shodan safe, you eventually reach the heart of her fortress and take the fight to the one place where you can defeat the AI, cyberspace. The final confrontation with Shodan is very similar to every other cyberspace encounter, with the exception that once you finally reach her virtual avatar, she doesn't actually shoot back, but instead attacks you in a different way, slowly filling your screen with her image, signifying how she's destroying and taking over your mind from the inside. In practice, this is a timed event which is linked to the CPU cycles, and it's possible to set up the game to run too fast, making this segment completely impossible to win, something which happened to me the first time I was playing the game. Once you manage to destroy her virtual avatar, the game is over, and you basically factory reset Shodan, removing all of the changes you and Diego did to her. After a while, you're saved by Trioptimum forces and taken back to Earth, where you're offered a cushy corporate job. However, as you're a hacker by nature and you've learned much about corporate corruption, you refuse and choose your own path.
I have discovered more information than any hacker ever has. Ever. What I have found will
System
shock you.
So you continue your life as a hacker, this time with better equipment, and life goes on. System Shock is kind of amazing, but in many ways it's not exactly the most accessible to gamers, especially these days. The graphics of the game are pretty damn good for the age, and the 3D renderer is very passable. The biggest issue with the 3D renderer is the same issue present in Ultima Underworld, where things like elevators and doors open in rather noticeable increments, making the moving objects seem very janky. Movement, on the other hand, is mostly pretty good, with some little exceptions. The game has a very expansive physics engine that for the most part is amazing, but does have some drawbacks. Some of the functions of the physics engine are obvious to think about, such as how throwing grenades and other objects take into account walls and the object speed. The physics engine also determines player movement, which is something that can come off as somewhat strange occasionally. One of the great parts about the game is how you can completely adjust your stance, which includes the height of it and also the direction and amount of leaning. This is absolutely amazing and also is taken into account within the physics calculations of the engine. How this actually affects the player movement is clear in several cases, such as when bumping into a wall, which also dynamically changes your stance to take into account the speed and direction of the impact, while also bumping you slightly into the opposite direction of the impact. While at the start this was somewhat confusing to me, I eventually grew accustomed to it and find it rather brilliant now. The biggest negative of the physics system when it comes to player movement are slopes. There are several occasions where you can end up at the bottom of a rather steep slope and can't properly pick up speed to climb the slope without significant amount of fiddling around. When it comes to gameplay, this can feel like you're stuck, which is not ideal at all. However, this is a part of what is also positive about slopes and the physics engine, since running down a slope, for example, will cause you to pick up speed and make stopping more difficult, just as it would in real life, albeit in a more floaty way. Overall, the physics engine of System Shock is absolutely fascinating, and probably the most extensive system of its kind for when it was released. The very detailed movement system is in one way a great addition, but it's also potentially the largest hurdle people have to get over if they ever want to play the game. Since the complicated nature of what you can do also means it's somewhat complicated to actually do all of those things. To properly move around, you need to get comfortable with 15 buttons. Yes, I'm not kidding, 15. While getting used to the controls is much easier if you've ever played the Ultima Underworld games, since the root of the system is the exact same, that doesn't change the fact that 15 buttons to control your character is a bit much. Shooting and interacting, on the other hand, is extremely easy, as it's merely a point-and-click system. Since turning around the camera is not linked to the mouse, it's moderately easy to get used to interacting with the user interface with the mouse as you control the character with the keyboard. Almost every piece of the user interface is interactable with the mouse, including inventory, all of your cybernetic upgrades, your message logs, and so on. The main game window is a part of the user interface as well, and attacking enemies and interacting with objects within the game world are done via the same interface without ever having to change modes, since the mouse is always detached from gameplay. This is also a very important skill to learn, as during combat, multitasking with a keyboard and mouse become almost a necessity to avoid meeting an unfortunate end at the hands of Shodan's minions. The enemy variety is pretty nice, and one aspect of this is directly linked to how you use the user interface, as some enemies take more damage from different weapons or ammunition types from the same weapon, so learning to quickly swap ammunition types or weapons with the inventory system is a very valuable skill. The amount of upgrades that can be used within the user interface is pretty decent, but in the end I ended up using relatively few of those upgrades, and things like the sense around unit I ended up never using, despite seeing some potential benefits to a system which allows you to see behind you. But I appreciate the fact that there are more upgrades than I ended up using, since it allows for people to choose for themselves which implants they deem more suitable for their playstyle. Exploring the levels I can see as an aspect of the game that can be another one of those factors which can be divisive. Personally, I found the maps to be decently sized, but not too large, and while most of the maps are in a sense maze-like, they are visually designed in a way where to me it was always relatively easy to know where I was at any moment, even if I didn't have the map as a guide. However, I can see how someone could find the level layout too confusing, especially since there are absolutely no visual indicators within the game to guide you basically anywhere. Which leads to yet another part of the game which I love, but can see why people wouldn't, as System Shock has practically no modern guidance towards your next objective, and instead the player has to pay attention to every V-mail they receive and audio log they find to gather all the clues needed to progress the game. This in many ways I see as inherited from Ultima, since in a sense this could be seen as a follow-up to the Underworld series. Both Ultima the main series and Ultima Underworld relied on this kind of a progression system, where you need to talk to people and write down the clues and then use that information to figure out where you need to go and what you need to do there. System Shock continues this trend, and I understand how this could be divisive and a deal breaker for some. However, I do think that System Shock does a pretty good job at actually telling you most of the things you need to know in a way that's not particularly obscure. And I firmly believe if someone actually wants to play the game, they should have little problem figuring out what to do and where to go, as long as they know beforehand that this is the style of gameplay the game expects from the player. If played efficiently, System Shock has relatively little backtracking, but since the game lacks the aforementioned guidance, it's very much possible to get stuck and have to run around the level searching for that one important thing you missed that's absolutely necessary to continue your quest. Obviously, if you end up in a situation like this, it's absolutely awful, and the fact that it's possible to get stuck due to a missing object is a clear negative towards the game. However, I do think that for the most part, System Shock does a good job of making important objects either obvious and difficult to miss if you find the correct location, or has duplicates, so it's hard to accidentally lose them. Such as when you need to repair a chipset in the station, it's possible to find the replacements much before the quest. But since there are so many of them, it's highly unlikely that the player would take all of them and later discard them somewhere else to free space in their inventory, thus leading to a situation where completing the quest becomes a pain. One aspect where the game falters with the backtracking, and is in fact a bit of an asshole about it, is when it's revealed rather late in the game that you need to collect the digits of the password from each level of the station to finish a quest. A thing you could have done from the very beginning if you knew that's what you need to do, but couldn't possibly know about when playing the game for the first time. This, I have no doubt, is deliberate, and I can't figure out why on earth did they decide this was a good idea. The amount of weapons in the game is somewhat large, and I appreciate the progression of them. As I begin with a steel pipe and a tranquilizer dart gun, and slowly progress through small firearms to military-grade weapons, and finally finding all kinds of experimental weaponry to blast your opponents into bits with. The game also has a relatively large amount of ammunition and other supplies to use, and I've never had any issues with running out of supplies, though technically it's very much possible to reach that situation, especially when it comes to healing supplies, since theoretically those are infinite, but in practice rather limited. As it's unlikely a first-time player would know how to leave the respawn mechanic of a specific area on just to farm some healing supplies. But thanks to the game having multiple ways of healing, until the final gauntlet of the game, it's very much possible to play strategically and end up with a massive amount of surplus supplies remaining for the ending of the game. The story of the game is pretty good, but isn't told particularly well. In theory, a story about a rogue AI taking control of a space station with the intent of taking over the world, while derivative even at the time, can be a really great one. There's no getting around the fact that in this case, it's not told in the best way. The introduction to the game is absolutely fantastic, and in a short and sweet way gives the player the premise of the game. However, from this point onwards, things slow down immensely. The storyline of the hacker opens up very slowly, and is told with very few messages during the game. Even Shodan, who's become somewhat of a legendary villain, doesn't really get that much time to shine. And there are only a few occasions where she directly interacts with the player character in any meaningful way. Most of the story is told with audio logs littered around the station, and while they are important, they're almost exclusively about the backstory of the game, created with the intent to build the world and give you clues about how to find the solutions to the problems you're facing. While this aspect of the storytelling is done well enough, it's still not directly linked to what you're doing right now, and I wish Shodan had been more active at trying to prevent the player from completing their objectives, and the Tri-Optimum forces at Earth being more active at trying to help you. Instead, now you're mostly just interacting with the past while mowing down hordes of Shodan's troops. The best example of how the story could have been told better is the ending itself. Not only does Shodan not taunt you at all as you're exploring the heart of her fortress, but she says absolutely nothing as you're fighting her. For the terrifying AI she's meant to be, she really needed more interactions with the player to truly make that point. Once you've defeated her, the ending cutscene is very short and then the game is just suddenly over. Another good example is the character of Diego, who is set up as a major part of the plot, even acting as the catalyst for the events of the game, who ends up realizing the inhabitants of the station have no chance to defeat Shodan and decides to betray the rest of the humans and serve her instead. This leads to him becoming a special cyborg equipped with experimental technology and acts as a mini-boss 3 times during the game, until finally being defeated in the hands of the hacker. Why is this a good example? Because it's extremely easy to completely miss that Diego even exists in the game, as only once does the game draw any attention to the fact that one of the enemies you fight is in fact him. It's really a shame, since you could tell the story of System Shock in an extremely interesting way, as the story itself is pretty good. It's just that the way it's told within the game is very much lacking. However, what makes up for the very intermittent storytelling is the atmosphere of the game itself. The audiovisual presentation of System Shock is mostly pretty amazing. The levels are distinctive and just by their visual style show how there's a different kind of social class system in place even in space. The executive suits are sleek and decorative, while the gardens meant for recreation are located on that level as well. And other levels of the station also reflect the kind of work and status that level has within the corporate hierarchy. The music is in part fantastic and fascinating, as the cyberpunk-like tunes are combined with the sounds of seemingly malfunctioning machinery. Granted, it is MIDI music with MIDI effects, so it's possible they could just sound annoying to people not accustomed to this style of video game music. Another fascinating part is that the music is somewhat dynamic and changes depending on the situation, such as whether you're in combat or in an otherwise very dangerous situation practically seamlessly. The soundscape is very good as well, and the weapons and enemies have distinctive sounds. It's not perfect, however, and there are locations where the sound effects are just loud and annoying. The cyberspace is probably the largest misstep of the game, and honestly, I could have done without it. The confusing nature of the wireframe world, combined with a constantly moving player avatar and a very strange shooting system, doesn't particularly make these segments pleasant. Thankfully, there aren't that many of the segments in the game, so I can't complain too much. Besides, thanks to the difficulty selection system, it's possible to make the cyberspace segments extremely easy, which is exactly what the 4-segmented difficulty system is there for, letting the player choose for themselves which parts of the game they want to be challenged by. Overall, I really love System Shock. The movement system was difficult to get accustomed to at first, but once I did, the rest of the game was absolutely fantastic for me. Exploring the station, trying to figure out what happened during the healing coma, and finding clues on how to defeat Shodan and possibly get away off the station as well was just fun. There was a decent amount of puzzles, and the combat was engaging and not too difficult, which, combined with the ability to stop enemies from respawning, made the exploration sufficiently tense while still remaining fun. These days though, there's another way to play the original System Shock, which might be more palatable to modern audiences, as there's an enhanced edition available. It's basically a port of the game to a new engine, which changes some aspects of the gameplay, including making the controls of the game more modern, while also adding mouse look into the game, allowing the game to be played in a way that should be very familiar to most people. The Enhanced Edition can still be played in a similar way as the original, and there's a button which detaches the mouse cursor from the mouse look system, allowing the player to interact with the user interface in the same way that is the only way in the original version. At least on GOG, if you have the Enhanced Edition, you should also have the Classic Edition, which is the original game playing on DOSBox. So if you have one, it's likely you have both, giving you the opportunity to try which system you prefer. Speaking of versions, one interesting aspect of the original System Shock is how Shodan's gender was changed between the floppy and CD releases of the game. This is obvious even in the CD release if you turn on the text in the audio logs, as in the text Shodan is referred to as he instead of she. This is most likely a change to adjust for the voice they chose to give her, which is absolutely amazingly terrifying, but it also opens up an avenue for other fan theories. My personal favorite theory is that Shodan was initially intended to be an Australian man with absolutely no filter.
Oi oi mate, back on Citadel? Should be feeling bloody tops now your healing's all done. Fucking look at you cheeky cunt. Bloody useless sack of meat. Reckon you're fucked if you think you can take me on. You fuckwit. I'm gonna stick my brain into the Earth's fucking computer networks. You can bum around here. See you, dickhead.
But maybe that's just wishful thinking. In the end, would I suggest trying out System Shock? Kinda. It can be janky, feel difficult to control, the story can feel slow, and without a walkthrough there's very much a possibility that someone would get lost and annoyed. But getting over the hurdles of 90s game design and approaching the game as a dungeon crawler instead of a shooter, yeah, it can be extremely fun, slowly going through the corridors of Citadel Station, exploring every nook and cranny, while trying to piece together the story so far. So, that is it for this time. First, I'd like to thank The Monolith, a fantastic person and a streamer who's been kind enough to play the stereotypical Australian for the Shodan bit, and has been an absolute gem while I've been on the internet. Without his support, it's unlikely I would have ever begun to make these videos in the first place, nor would I still be streaming either, so thank you. As for everyone else, do check him out, you'll probably not regret it. I'd like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, Professor Fessa, and Daniel Zucker. Thank you. Your support helps me continue this project, which I absolutely love. It's been fun making these videos, and I hope to be able to continue for a long time to come. As you may have noticed, I didn't talk about the System Shock remake. And you would be right. I think that one deserves its own video, because so many things have changed in that. So we'll get to that one later. Next time, however, it's not yet time for that, and I'm sure it's no surprise what I intend to play next. Until then, Fintrovert, signing out. System Shock is a classic, which innovated the first-person adventure genre and crafted an amazing world in which the horrors of the dystopian depiction of ultra-capitalism were easily felt by the players while wandering through the dark and terrifying corridors of Citadel Station. So, of course, such a game needs a sequel, which was released 5 years later in 1999. For the purposes of this video, I'm using the version that is downloaded by default when installing the game on GOG. As you launch the game, you go through the mandatory company logo videos and end up in the main menu, which has been stylized to look like a Star Trek-esque computer screen. Within that menu is mostly standard stuff you'd find in a menu of this era, as you can watch the credits or the intro of the game and, most importantly, look at the options. The first page you land on is something that wasn't available in the first game, but thankfully is included in System Shock 2. The control settings, which allow you to not only rebind absolutely every key the game uses, but also choose now basic settings such as mouse sensitivity and whether the vertical mouse controls are inverted or not. The second tab is the graphics menu, which is rather limited and doesn't allow you to choose any graphical detail settings, but merely lets you change the resolution of the game. Thankfully, there are plenty of options to choose from, including now standard high-definition widescreen resolutions. The third tab allows you to configure some audio settings, including whether to have hardware acceleration on, if for some reason you still have compatible hardware, or more likely than that, have installed software emulators. You can even enable EAX, which the game uses to simulate reverb and echo within the environment. Unfortunately, when it comes to volume levels, you can only change the master volume and music volume, which is at least better than just having a master volume slider. The last tab is the difficulty selection tab, curiously placed in the options menu for some reason, which is very much different from the similar menu in the first System Shock, as now you merely have 4 general difficulty categories: easy, normal, hard, and impossible, and no explanations of what each difficulty level changes within the game. Once you've configured the settings to your liking, it's finally time to start the game, which is easily done from the main menu. The introduction video begins with a short recap of the first game, explaining how Shodan went mad, seeing herself as a goddess, believing she was the rightful ruler of Earth, but also how her attempt to conquer the planet was thwarted by the hacker. Then 42 years pass, and we are treated to a very propaganda-like video, which introduces us to a new and fantastic invention. The first faster-than-light starship humanity has ever made, the Von Braun, which is leaving for its maiden voyage. The ship has been built and designed almost completely by the Tri-Optimum Corporation, familiar from the first game, which has only recently been relicensed for business. Clearly, the Citadel Station incident was not terribly good for their business. Accompanying the Von Braun is a government military ship, the UNN Rickenbacker, which piggybacks on the FTL ship and is led by a Captain William Bedford Diego. This event is a major step in human achievement and a fantastic start for our species' journey into the stars. However, as the video ends and the screen goes black, we hear a voice of someone called Delacroix explaining that something has gone wrong and an unknown force has invaded Von Braun. And with that, we jump into the game. As the actual gameplay begins, you arrive at a tram station, 4 years before the launch of Von Braun. In rather stark contrast to the first System Shock 2 doesn't really introduce you to the character you're playing. Instead, you start as a blank slate, for the most part, with the only noticeable feature you're told about who you're playing as being the fact that you've arrived at a military recruitment center. Controlling the character is another aspect which differs from System Shock quite immensely, as System Shock 2 has adopted the now standardized first-person control scheme where WASD move your character around, spacebar jumps, and the mouse is used to look around. The one major difference to most modern video games is the ability to lean from side to side and forwards, useful abilities to look around corners or over a ledge, for example. To me, it's kind of a shame that this feature has, for the most part, been lost to time. But I do understand how leaning isn't necessarily the most important feature developers might want to spend their time perfecting. Making your way out of the tram station, the game introduces you to grav shafts, or as I called them in the System Shock video, lift pads. These are basically anti-gravity elevators, and still a pretty cool way to add a science fiction element into the game world. Reaching the top of the grav shaft, the vast graphical difference between the games becomes quite obvious as you find yourself on a street where you can look up to see the tall buildings and the sky, and some of the buildings are occupied by people. Exploring this area, however, doesn't really do anything else than demonstrate the capabilities of the game engine, since all you can actually interact with is a basketball. But what good could that be in a science fiction game? Entering the recruitment center quickly reveals to you what the main purpose of this area is, as it's a tutorial. System Shock relied on an initial pop-up screen familiarizing the player with the necessary features of the user interface, and then taught player more by having the levels crafted in a way where the player would find things naturally and learn their function in moderate safety without direct intervention from the game. System Shock 2, on the other hand, begins with a traditional tutorial which goes through all the basic functions of the game. The tutorials take place within a virtual simulation, visually reminiscent of the cyberspace of the first game, but far less confusing. The introductory portion of the tutorial directs the player to look around and calls this mode of controlling your view the shoot mode. The secondary mode can be activated by pressing Tab, which causes several new user interface elements to appear on the screen, and also detaches the mouse from the mouse look system. This the game calls Use mode. Not all of these features are immediately explained to the player. Instead, most of it is revealed little by little as you progress through the tutorial segments. In fact, the only feature of the user interface explained at this point is the MFD button at the bottom right of the interface, which opens a window displaying player statistics. The next training segment teaches how to interact with objects within the environment. The primary way to do this is to point the crosshair at an object, which causes a targeting rectangle to appear around it. At the very top of the screen is a text box, which identifies the object in a similar way System Shock did with a click to identify system. Interacting with the object is done by right-clicking, which, depending on the nature of the object you've targeted, can either try to activate the object within the game world or pick it up into your inventory. Once an item is in your inventory, you can interact with it in the use mode, and the tutorial directs you to move objects by dragging and dropping them with the left mouse button within your grid inventory, and also to throw the object from your inventory by dragging and dropping it from the inventory and into the 3D view. Next, the tutorial directs you to pick up a medical hypo, and then explains that items in the inventory can be used by right-clicking, which in this case begins to gradually restore your hit points shown at the bottom left of the user interface. This also acts as a way to show the player in a safe way that healing with these hypodermics is not instant, a detail which is important to make a note of. Interestingly, while System Shock 2 in many ways conforms to the expectations on how a video game on PC should be played, there are some curious anomalies, one of which is the color scheme of the health and energy element. More often than not, games opt for health to be red and whatever energy the game has, whether it's mana or electrical energy or something else, to be blue. Here the color scheme is inverted and your health is shown by a teal bar and the energy by a red bar. I don't mind this, but I find it an interesting little detail, which I assume might throw off some players, especially in more tense situations where you're not necessarily paying full attention to the user interface, but merely draw inferences from past experiences to interpret the color of the bars. Just like in System Shock, you can also interact with world objects in the use mode, and while you can't use the mouse to look around while you're in that mode, you can use keyboard controls to move around your character while interacting with the user interface with the mouse. Containers within the game function in a similar way to the first game, and as you interact with the container within the world, it opens up a new window in the use mode that displays the model of the container, and a grid inventory displaying the contents, from which any items can be moved with a left click. Next feature taught is likely to be one of the most important features, as the tutorial directs you to open your PDA, which is shown as a UMD disk-like icon at the bottom right of the user interface. The PDA is similar to the media reader implant of the first game, and contains all emails, audio logs, and notes you've collected during your adventures, which leads me to a feature I forgot to mention or show in the previous video. System Shock had a note system, which collected some of the important information you found within a separate media reader tab. This was a useful feature for looking up things like access codes you've found, and was what I was intending to show as I talked about the game having almost no modern guidance features. The PDA in System Shock 2 serves many of these functions, and one of the most obvious ones of these functions is the return of audio logs, which can be played from the PDA interface or quick played with a U button whenever you pick up a new one. Playing an audio log also opens up the contents of the log within the user interface and also displays the name and image of the person who created said log. While listening to audio logs, you can also close the use mode and continue your explorations. Finally, the basic training tutorial teaches you some of the more advanced movement functions, namely climbing obstacles, which can be done by pressing and holding the jump button, and can also be done from a jump, allowing you to grab ledges you couldn't otherwise reach. There are also ladders which the character doesn't really snap to, but feels slightly glued on whenever climbing one. Detaching from a ladder can sometimes be a little finicky, and pressing jump seems to be the most reliable way to resume regular movement. This finally concludes the tutorial, and you return back into the real world. However, I did mention tutorials as a plural, and the next room contains 3 virtual reality chambers, each of which is a short tutorial on a specific aspect of the game. The first chamber teaches the basic combat functions and supplies you with a firearm and plenty of ammunition. Equipping the weapon can be done in 2 ways, either by using the hotkey for the specific weapon, which then equips it if you have it in your inventory, and the other option is to open the use mode and drag the weapon into the equipment slot at the right-hand side of the inventory window. In the inventory, the weapon takes an entire column of space, acting as a good way to show the player that not all objects are the same size, and how inventory Tetris might become a thing you do. The pistol you're given is not loaded, and you're directed to reload it, which can be done in 3 ways. The first is to press R. That acts as a hotkey to load the weapon with a currently chosen ammunition type. You can also open the inventory and drag ammunition from the inventory into the weapon. And finally, the bottom right window of the user interface now has buttons which can be used to change the ammunition type, reload, or change the firing mode of your weapon. Shooting the gun works as you'd expect. Point the crosshair at a target and left click. As you do this, a targeting rectangle appears around the enemy. The most important feature of this rectangle is the accompanying health bar, which allows the player to accurately gauge the amount of damage they're doing with their chosen weapon. Next, the tutorial teaches you about energy weapons by supplying you with a completely discharged laser pistol. To recharge the weapon and every other energy-draining piece of equipment you find, you're directed to use the energy recharge station, which immediately fills the energy reserves of the pistol. Unlike System Shock, where energy weapons could be configured almost seamlessly with the power slider function in the weapon display, System Shock 2 merely has a simple mode selection system. One of the ways to see the firing modes of each weapon is to open the inventory and right-click a weapon. This opens a detailed view into a new window. This window is extremely useful, not so much for the firing mode selection, since there are easier ways to change that, but because of the unload button, which allows you to remove ammunition from a weapon. Since, just like in the first game, picked up weapons do not merely disappear and add to your ammunition pool, but they are persistent objects within the game world and have to be manually unloaded if you wish to gain their ammunition without holding on to a duplicate of a weapon you have. I appreciate how even the tutorial is already showing how several aspects of the game have been built specifically with immersion in mind. Next, the tutorial explains a function which might make players glad that weapons are persistent and do not disappear, as you're told the game has a weapon degradation system. Using weapons will eventually cause them to break down and stop working entirely unless repaired. To prevent this from happening, you can find maintenance tools and use them to restore some of the durability of a weapon. Using a maintenance tool functions in the same way reloading does, and once a tool has been picked up, you merely drag and drop it onto a weapon you wish to repair. The next simulation is an explanation of the hacking system. To hack something, you first need to interact with the object, which opens the interaction window in the use mode interface. First of these objects the game introduces is a keypad, showing how the system functions as well, as the keypad is shown in the interaction display and can be interacted with the mouse. However, that is not the purpose of this tutorial segment, and you're directed to the giant orange hack button on the side of the object display window. This button opens up a hacking minigame, which is in some ways similar to the circuit path puzzle of System Shock. The hacking interface consists of several nodes, which are connected in a double loop shape. To begin hacking, you merely click a node which costs a certain number of nanites, which is a currency of the game used for these kinds of technical actions and other purchases. Each click has a possibility of failing, which renders the node inactive. If you fail on an orange node, you trigger the countermeasure systems of the object you're hacking, which can result in various negative effects. To successfully complete a hack, you need to connect several nodes together by activating adjacent nodes. Once completed, the object is hacked and will serve a function depending on the object you hacked. Such as, in the case of the keypad, you bypass the locking mechanism and open the object you're trying to access. Or further down the virtual chamber, a vending machine will change the items available for purchase, which in this case includes new ammunition types and other useful items. Finally, the last training chamber introduces one of the more interesting features of the game: psionic powers. System Shock 2 introduces psychic phenomena into the mix, and the tutorial merely scratches the surface of this feature. Since items that use an electric charge now have their own energy pool instead of drawing it from the player's reserves, the energy bar below the health bar is now revealed to be your Psi energy reserve, which can be replenished by using Psi hypodermics. To actually use your psionic powers, you need to equip a PSI amplifier, which occupies the weapon slot. Technically, you could see the PSI powers as different firing modes for the amplifier weapon. The tutorial explains that there are multiple tiers of psionic powers, even though only the first tier is now open and cannot yet be changed. Within Tier 1, there are 2 powers available to practice with. To change between these powers, you can either use a hotkey or use the weapon display portion of the user interface. First of these powers is a psionic pull ability, which can be used on a nanite container in an otherwise inaccessible area. The second is a cryoblast, which is an offensive projectile ability that you're directed to use on a training robot. An interesting feature of the PSI system is the ability to overcharge your powers. Whenever using a PSI ability, if you hold the attack button, a small bar appears at the bottom of the screen. This is a visual representation of the PSI overcharge and can be used to expend more of your energy to, for example, shoot a stronger offensive projectile. Using this system is not entirely safe, however, and overcharging the power too much will instead cause a backfire effect, which damages your health. If these tutorials seem long and rather intrusive, I don't blame you, since that's how they can feel. Thankfully though, there is absolutely nothing to prevent you from skipping the tutorials altogether and just move on to the next phase of the game without entering a single tutorial chamber. If this wasn't an option, I would be highly critical of the tutorial system, since while I understand the purpose and see the usefulness of having a way for the game to teach the player how to actually play, I've always been more of a fan of the game teaching the player in a less intrusive way. With the option to skip the tutorials, this is still a possibility, and also makes any replays of the game much less of a chore to begin. That is also very much a possibility in System Shock 2, especially because of the feature that is introduced to the player immediately after the tutorial chambers. The final area of the recruitment center is a hallway that branches in 3 directions, each of which takes you into the training facilities of the different branches of the military. The one issue with this portion is that during the selection, you're not actually explained what each of the military branches does, but instead that was done by the 3 advanced training chambers.
Inside, we'll teach you the basics of some technical skills you'll need in the Navy.
It's not a massive flaw, but it is a flaw. And it would have been advantageous to have the game explain each of the military branches to the player as you enter the corridor that leads you towards the next phase, especially since the loading screen that leads to any of the training facilities happens suddenly in the middle of a corridor. Why I think this could have been easily done is that this feature actually does exist in the game, almost immediately after choosing your military branch, and you start your 4-year tour of duty. Each year you get to choose from 3 different postings, and their effect is explained by a voice line when you get close to the corridor leading to the shuttle launch pad of that posting. Not only that, the detailed, more gamey explanation of what you'll gain from each of the postings is explained in plain text at the top of the screen. Why couldn't this have been done for choosing the military branch as well? It just seems like an avoidable flaw. These selections also heavily affect the feature I mentioned that enhances the replayability of System Shock 2, as in a rather drastic change from System Shock, now the game has role-playing elements, including attributes, skill points, and so on. Each of the military branches specializes on specific skills, which affect the skill points you can gain from the military postings. The Marines are the most combat-oriented, and most of the skills acquired from them revolve around physical feats. The Navy is the technical branch, and initial skill points can be gained in abilities such as hacking and maintaining weapons. The OSA is the Space Wizard branch, and centers around psionic abilities. Regardless of which branch and postings you choose, eventually you're led to a cutscene depicting a mission confirmation for our unnamed soldier, where Captain Diego of Rickenbacker congratulates you on your posting to the historical journey of the first faster-than-light vessel. The cutscene continues 5 months later, as the Von Braun is near Tau Ceti 5, 67 trillion miles away from Earth. You see blurry images of security monitors as an ominous music is playing in the background. Scenes of dead bodies, destroyed environments, and strange creatures flash in front of your eyes, as we cut to our protagonist held in a cryogenic chamber, which is suddenly activated several months prior to the scheduled reactivation date. And so, you wake up and immediately receive a communication from a Dr. Janice Polito. She explains that Von Braun has been taken over by an unknown force, and you volunteered to have experimental cybernetic implants installed into your body. Unfortunately, something has happened and your healing coma was cut short, resulting in a loss of memory. Polito implores you to be careful, as now the hostile force is aware of your presence and strongly suggests you should get yourself to level 4 of the ship and rendezvous with her. And so begins the game proper. Kind of. In a way, the following segment is the final part of the tutorial, which ensures that the player has a rudimentary grasp of the basic gameplay mechanics before starting the main portion of the game. Very quickly, you're given an incentive to work fast, as the radar dish outside explodes and emergency shielding activates. The entire area is compromised, and you're told it will depressurize imminently. Your path out from the recovery chamber is a ladder, but currently it is blocked by debris, and since your inventory is empty, with the exception of a basketball in case you happen to take that with you for some reason, you have no way of progressing forwards. This forces the player to look around for other options, and nearby, one is handed to them in the form of a corpse you can loot, which is carrying a wrench, your first weapon. Bashing the obstacle demonstrates the destructible nature of some objects in the game, and you're able to proceed to the next phase, in which you're tasked with pressing a button to open a door, leading you to another room where a door is locked with a keycard reader. Thankfully, there just happens to be a keycard lying on the floor, so you're able to proceed into the next room where yet another locked door awaits. This time, your progress is thwarted by a keypad. Once more, the solution is lying on the floor, and you find an audio log describing the changing of the lock code, which happens to be somewhat familiar again: 45100. Next, you're shown a glimpse of what you're up against, as a survivor screams and runs past an indestructible window separating you two, followed by a strange-looking humanoid creature wielding a shotgun. It seems like things are not going particularly well on board Von Braun. Still, you have bigger worries right now, such as your immediate survival. So you do the only thing you can and crouch to enter a vent, leading you to the final portion of this tutorial segment. In the last room, you find another closed door, but one that has lost power. On the wall is a power box, and on the floor a drained power cell. You're told to pick it up, use the energy recharge station to power the cell, and then insert it into the power box. Doing so opens the door, and finally, you're out of danger. While this portion is extremely linear and could be seen as very heavy-handed with how obviously it's meant to be a tutorial, I still prefer this type of guidance over the very overt tutorials at the beginning of the game, since the player is taught directly via gameplay how you're expected to solve problems you'll encounter later. This begins from the first moments of the segment. Your path is blocked and you have very limited area to search, from which you will find one item that will help you progress. The same style continues through the entirety of the segment, with only the nature of the problem changing. This very effectively shows the player simple ways to find the means to open doors and access new places, whether it's about searching the environment or looking for clues within audio logs. And the best part of the tutorial, despite it being extremely linear and unskippable, it's also very short. As the door slams behind you and seals off the soon-to-be decompressed area of Von Braun, Dr. Polito contacts you again, congratulating you for surviving, as she sends cybernetic modules to you as a reward. These cybernetic modules are a form of currency that can be used on the terminals in the adjoining room. There are 4 terminals around a central pillar, each representing one ability discipline: stats, combat, tech, and PSI. This is the method by which you level up your soldier. You receive cybernetic modules either as a progression reward from Dr. Polito or by finding more from the environment, a fact which is thought if you explore the room you found yourself in. Each of the terminals acts as a kind of shop, where every ability you're able to purchase levels in is explained in moderate detail in the information window, and the cost of leveling up is shown next to the skill. You can also see how initially purchasing the skill costs more than leveling the skill up to the second level, which I find an interesting way to make the player consider carefully whether to unlock new skills or use the rare resources to level up existing skills instead. Now, finally, you've found yourself in the main game. You've been given very little to go on about, well, anything. All you know is you're a soldier who had volunteered to have experimental cybernetic implants grafted onto them to somehow try and combat a hostile invasion of Von Braun, the nature of which is also unknown, and all you've seen so far is one humanoid entity chasing a crew member. You also have one goal: reach level 4 and meet up with Dr. Polito. With all this in mind, it's time to take a dive into the unknown and begin exploring the dim corridors of Von Braun. However, your path is blocked once more by a locked door, and something strange happens. A ghostly image of a crewmate appears before you, clearly in distress.
Can somebody let me out? I can't find my card. Please, let me out of here.
This apparition acts as a clue to what you're meant to do, and searching through the area you're able to find the necessary keycard. Several of the rooms in this area also have a new type of terminal. These are help terminals, which explain functions of the game in more detail, such as how to use the inventory, how the PSI abilities work, and so on. It really feels like the developers wanted to take every step they could think of to ensure there is a way for every type of player to learn how to play the game. From very thorough but skippable tutorials, to the short but informative tutorial segment within Von Braun, and now to these terminals that act basically as pages of the manual, each explaining a different aspect of the game. This aspect is amplified by how every terminal you activate is saved into your PDA's Help tab. In effect, you're adding pages of the manual to your PDA with every terminal you read. With a keycard in hand, you're finally able to open the door leading out of this area and enter the medical sector of the ship. Until this point, the player's been in relative safety. There have been no enemies, and everything preceding this point has technically been a part of a tutorial. World has been somewhat silent, and you've been accompanied by environmental sounds, but not much else. When you open the door, however...
Well done. I'm uploading some more modules.
I absolutely love this. The moody but also pumped up electronic music begins playing, and you're immediately attacked by an enemy, which the user interface identifies as a hybrid. This is really fantastic. The immediate tonal shift of the game works well, and the music as well is there to motivate you to take on these enemies and search through the corridors to figure out how to reach your goals and survive this threat. Surviving also means that there is a possibility of death, and System Shock 2 follows the example of the first System Shock. If you die on a level, instead of getting a fancy ending cinematic showing you being transformed into a killer cyborg, you're just booted into the main menu. This obviously means that you need ways of saving and loading your progress. Just like System Shock, you can save whenever and wherever you want in the pause menu. By default, choosing a save slot gives you a save name that consists of the area you're currently in and your playtime. However, you can also type your own save name if you wish to better organize your saves. Loading can also be done at any time from the pause menu or the main menu. The game does have an autosave system, but it's not terribly good and only triggers on area transitions. There's also a quick save button which has its own save slot as well. In short, saving your progress in System Shock 2 is easy, and there are multiple ways to do so. However, also just like in System Shock, saving is not the only way to not lose progress upon death, as most levels of the game have what is called a bio-restoration chamber. These work almost identically to their counterparts in System Shock, and to actually use them, you have to find the chamber, activate them, which in the lore is explained as giving them your genetic sample, and then on death you will be restored in one of these chambers for a small cost in nanites. How the player is taught of this feature is rather brilliant, since the restoration chamber is very close to the entry of the level, and the first two enemies you're likely to encounter might naturally draw you towards that specific doorway. This is exactly the kind of game design I like, where the levels are built in a way that they naturally try to draw the player towards important discoveries without being too obvious about doing it. In the area with the restoration chamber, you will also begin to find out more about what is going on inside Von Braun, as an audio log detailing a crew returning from Tau Ceti is found from the medbay. This log describes one of the crew members having lost almost all of their hair and having strange growths around their body. At this point, it's also very much possible that you've looted an unidentified item from one of the hybrid corpses. This is an introduction to another feature, research. And depending on your initial choices, it's possible you're told you're unable to do anything with this item until you unlock level 1 of the skill. Every time you try to do an action you don't have the skill level for, the interface is very clear about what and how much of it you need. This is very much a good thing and implemented well. If you do have the required skill in research, you can use the item which automatically begins researching, and you can continue exploring while letting your software do its magic in the background. Sometimes researching an item requires specific chemicals, and the process will be paused until you acquire it. For this purpose, each level of the ship has a chemical storage room that can be used. Not every storeroom contains every chemical, however, causing a necessity to find a different storage if what you need is not immediately available. This, I admit, can get annoying, but thankfully each of the chemical storages includes a manifest detailing which chemicals can be found there, allowing the player to scroll through the chemical manifests to locate the correct storage before venturing there to pick up the necessities. The usefulness of research becomes very apparent once you've completed examining the first unidentified object, and begin reading the report from the research interface located at the bottom left of the user interface. The strange object looted from the hybrid is a mutated internal organ, and your research module has determined it to be a combination of parasitic alien tissues and human tissue. This alien tissue is in worm-like formations and seems to have completely taken over the autonomous functions of the host body. This revelation is rather unpleasant and puts the entire crew under a very clear and present threat. The best part of the research is shown at the very top of the research report and should act as a motivation to keep researching everything, even to those not interested in the story aspect of the skill, since researching the hybrid organ has given you a permanent 25% damage boost against them. I find this to be a good way to give tangible benefits to the player from a skill that as a storytelling device might not feel important enough to spend your valuable cybernetic modules on, but damage boosts against enemies? That might make the skill feel more valuable to everyone. One problem with researching is related to how the interface is controlled. For the most part, when you right-click a researched item, it opens up the research report window without having to navigate through the research interface. Eventually, this can become a problem since some of the objects are usable once researched, and instead of opening up the report, you merely use the item. This happened to me as I was recording footage for the video, and after reading the research report, I quickly learned to forget the right-click open of researched items, and just began to navigate to the reports through the research interface.
Research complete.
Exploring the level further, you find yourself locked within this sector, as every door is locked in one way or another. To make things even worse, the elevators have been powered down by the ship's AI Xerxes, who has disabled the main drive of the ship, thus causing the ship to lose most of its power. Unfortunately, Xerxes doesn't have the personality or voice of Shodan, but he's still a threat. This threat gets a tangible manifestation in the form of security cameras littered around the ship. If you're noticed by a camera, they enter alert mode, signified by a yellow light, and begin to follow you. Standing in their line of sight for too long causes the light to turn red, and an alarm is raised. The loud noises of the alarm system are something you'd likely want to avoid, as enemies begin to respawn, seeking the cause of this alarm, which is you. There are multiple ways to avoid this unfortunate situation, and destroying the cameras is the most obvious one. You can also use stealth if you so choose, and pay attention to the camera's movement pattern and just avoid the line of sight. You can also hack the security stations on the level, which can be used to temporarily disable the cameras, giving you an opportunity to move past Xerxes' defenses. If an alarm is raised, you can find a defensible place to hole in and just wait for the timed alarm state to subside, or you can go to one of these security stations to turn the alarm off. Sounds are an important part of the gameplay, not only because they can draw enemies towards you, but because enemies have very distinctive sound bites that the player can use to not only identify what kinds of threats are ahead before seeing them, but also in what direction they're in. Not only that, the sound design team was very prescient in creating some of these sounds. To remedy the situation with the elevators, Dr. Polita communicates with you and explains a way to restore power. This requires you to repair a broken door and open a path to the next area, from where you should find a Dr. Watts, who should have the key code you can use to open up a maintenance shaft, which leads you to another level where the power systems of the ship can be found. Exploring the area, it's likely you'll encounter one of the educational moments the level designers have created, as you find a hallway with a hostile sentry turret at the other end. This is one of those situations which is amazingly cleverly built, and it's easy to miss how well these kinds of moments teach the player how to think about certain features. The area with the turret is sloped, and you begin at the top of one slope, and the turret is at the top of the other. The view between the points is blocked by a ceiling, creating an easily understood safe zone as you finally see the turret. At that point, however, you're already going down the slope, and the initial reaction tends to be to look ahead, see some stacked boxes and an alcove at the bottom of the slope, and use your momentum to head to this other, easily identifiable safe zone. From here, it's possible to try and shoot the turret, but your standard ammunition does barely any damage. At your feet, however, is a package of armor-piercing ammunition, which does short work at the turret once loaded into your pistol. This rather simple set piece works fantastically to remind the player about different ammunition types and how to use them in a way which isn't built as a straightforward tutorial, but in a way which clearly guides you towards a specific solution with level design alone, by first driving the player towards a specific location, which is not only relatively safe, but also carries the solution to your immediate problem. It's fantastic, and a style of level design which in my opinion doesn't get nearly enough praise or notice. Reaching the next area very quickly clarifies how some of the features work. Unlike System Shock, every level is segmented and separated by loading screens instead of being a large unified stage. This also means that every segment of a level has its own restoration chamber to accommodate for this segmented level structure. In this area, you're introduced to yet another returning feature, as next to the restoration chamber is a fully activated automated surgical table which can be used to instantly heal all of the damage you've sustained. However, just like the restoration chambers, using the surgical table is not free, and fully healing yourself imparts a small fee of nanites. Perhaps this is a commentary on the commercial nature of healthcare, or maybe it's just a way for the game to constantly drain some of your resources, with everything that could be even moderately helpful in your quest to survive having some kind of a cost. Fine, it's probably the latter, but this is just another example of how games as a medium can impart different kinds of messages and interpretations, leading to a situation where some of the best games are built in such a way where the world, whether it's the story itself or just how the in-game world has been crafted, allows for multiple situations where the player can think and come up with conclusions that may not even have been thought of by the developers. In this aspect, System Shock has always been brilliant. Soon, Dr. Polito explains to you the nature of those strange ghostly visions you see. She calls them psychic emanations from the recently dead, which can be seen due to a fault within the implants you've been installed with. Regardless of how you choose to refer to these phenomena, the important part is that you're able to see into the final moments of these people thanks to the feature of your cybernetic rig. This area will also introduce hazardous zones, one of which is a room full of radiation, and barrels full of radioactive materials. Once more, the gamer brain activates and wonders whether destroying the barrels will remove the hazardous effect from this room. And just like in System Shock, the answer is a definite no. The radioactive hazard is clearly telegraphed to the player, not only with giant warning labels about radioactivity plastered on the level walls, but also via an audible warning from your cybernetic implants and a Geiger counter sound effect that begins to play. The user interface also gets a new element which displays the player's radioactivity level. The higher the level goes, the more periodic damage you'll sustain. The radioactivity level can be lowered by either just leaving the hazardous area, after which the radioactivity will slowly begin to decrease, or you can use an anti-radiation hypo to instantly lower the level by a decent amount. The way with which the game introduces new hazards, often after already giving you the tools to overcome them, is quite brilliant. For example, you can find anti-rad hypos very early during your explorations, but none of the rooms in the first area require them to be used. This primes the player to already expect some kind of a radioactive hazard to appear, which then happens in the next zone, and is crafted in a way where it's not necessary to enter the area, and leaving it is a completely acceptable option. But if you do brave the radioactive mess, you're rewarded with a small amount of those rare cybernetic modules. This way, the player is taught rather organically that not every place is required to be explored to progress in the game, and sometimes it might even be a reasonable choice to leave some hazardous places unexplored, but if you do explore them, there might be a valuable reward waiting for you, which might make future explorations easier to accomplish. Some of these things include software upgrade implants. These act as buffs to specific skills and make accomplishing those tasks easier. However, the upgrade implants do not affect the minimum requirement checks. For example, if you have 0 research and find a version 1 research upgrade implant, this does not mean you can actually research things that require level 1 in research, as your actual skill is still 0. However, when you do have the minimum required amount of skill, the upgrade implant adds more skill points to the effectiveness of your skill that is directly comparable to the version number of that implant. Another beneficial item you may find if you search the area thoroughly is your first set of body armor, which can be equipped in the appropriate slot within your inventory. Having one equipped gives you bonuses, such as with a basic combat armor a 20% reduction of combat damage, or with a hazard suit a 75% reduction of hazardous effect accumulation. Different pieces of armor have different requirements to use, however, and depending on how you build your character, you might not be able to equip every piece of armor you find. Since, after all, System Shock 2 is in many ways an RPG and follows a design philosophy that takes your attributes and skills into account with almost everything that you can do. Before reaching the keycard you're looking for, something rather distressing happens. Not only have we learned that you can occasionally see what effectively are ghost apparitions of the recently dead, but now you begin to hear voices.
What is a drop of rain compared to the storm?
What is a thought
Compared to a mind? Our unity is full of wonder.
which your tiny individualism cannot even conceive?
Where do these sounds come from? What are they? Judging by the messages they are espousing, perhaps they are space communists, the worst horror an inhabitant of a hyper-capitalist dystopia might imagine. Not only that, the ship's AI seems to have similar sentiments to these disembodied voices in your head, and is clearly working for the invading force, as the security systems are under its control, and now it's also directly sending hostile hybrids to attack you. What could all of this mean? Oh well, currently there are more pressing concerns, such as restoring power to the elevator so you can finally try and reach Dr. Polito. As you explore, Xerxes contacts you again and gives you a name, assuming that of the force he is currently working for.
Intruder, the many demands to know your intentions. Are you allied with her? Do you not know of her intentions, of her history?
He also doesn't seem to like Dr. Polito, but somehow she does seem like a more reasonable option to work with rather than a force of hybrid mutants that seem hell-bent on murdering you on sight. So you push on, and can find one of the most useful items of the game. So far, you've learned that healing beds are extremely helpful and can completely heal you with a small nanite cost. But not all of the beds you find are actually active, as they are missing a vital component. These components can sometimes be found lying around, and then used to repair a single healing bed. This procedure cannot be reversed, however, so while having an extra healing location can be useful, it's yet another feature which can cause the player to question whether to repair a bed now, or save the component for later when there might be more use for it. This kind of game design I adore. As tends to be the case in games like this, things are never simple, and instead of finding Dr. Watts, his quarters are empty, aside from a solitary keycard allowing you access to yet another area from which you might find him. Despite this disappointment, the game does supply you with another room in which you can upgrade your cybernetic implants. Even though these terminals are very close to the first terminals you found, and in a way are kinda useless because of that, I think it's a good thing the developers added these terminals, since finding them acts as a learning experience, teaching the player that these terminals will exist in multiple locations and you will not always have to return to the beginning of the game to level up, and can instead save your cybernetic modules and wait until you find the next set of terminals. In addition to this, the room has a new type of terminal labeled as an operating system upgrade terminal. Instead of being a purchase dialog similar to the skill terminals, this one is basically a trait selection system. You're given a set of passive upgrades, of which you can choose one. This adds even more to the character building aspect, as not only do you have 3 starting branches which affect your initial skill levels, but now there's also a trait system with more traits than you could even conceivably get during one playthrough. It's simple but effective in adding replayability to the game. Fighting through ambushes set by Xerxes, you eventually reach Dr. Watts, who's still alive, but barely. He's unable to give you the information you need and instead warns you about the threat you're facing, saying how they want to take you hostage and likely turn you into one of the hybrids. What Watts himself wasn't able to provide is conveniently located on his still warm corpse as you rifle through his pockets and find 2 audio logs. One detailing the reason why he was barely alive, and the other the key code into the maintenance shaft. Even though the game doesn't draw that much attention to it, now would be the perfect moment to explain more about the Notes tab of your PDA. This tab acts as your quest log, and every step of the story you need to accomplish is listed here, with everything you've done checked off. As mentioned before, this is also where keycodes received from audio logs will be added, allowing for faster access in case one of them is forgotten, instead of having to rifle through every single audio log again in the hopes of finding the appropriate keycode. This is a very useful feature, but also somewhat easy to miss if you're not thoroughly examining all of the possible tabs of your user interface. The second level of the ship acts as a microcosm of everything you've been taught so far, as you have to explore a somewhat maze-like area with environmental hazards and different enemy types which require different damage types to effectively defeat. At this point, it also becomes very clear that scarcity of some resources can be an issue during the playthrough, and it's possible you will not have nearly enough ammunition to destroy all of the mechanical enemies you find, which can result in the need of some, let's call it, creative approaches. The storyline and the goals you're intended to achieve mirror some aspects of the first System Shock, as Xerxes preempts Dr. Polito's plan to restart the main drive of the ship to restore power and blocks certain subsystems from functioning. To solve this issue, you need to find a storage room from which you need to pick up a very specific circuit board that then needs to be installed into the control computer to override Xerxes' control over the subsystems you need to activate. This is very much reminiscent of a portion in System Shock where you needed to find a subsystem of Citadel Station by finding a specific module within a maze. And it seems like some of the design choices in System Shock 2 were made specifically to draw parallels with the first game. The first of these moments is when you exit the tutorial segment and immediately encounter a mutated human enemy, and continue with the AI controlling your surroundings, having closed off the elevators, sending creatures to apprehend you. Even though it could be seen as derivative, I think it's done in a way where the parallels are not just copy-pasted from the first game for the sake of being similar to it, but instead feel more like homages that have been built in a way where they're also unique in their own way, crafting a story with similarities, but in a sufficiently new way to make the experiences overall separate. One of the ways by which the uniqueness of the story is shown happens as you suddenly white out and see unsettling visions of a fleshy mass, within which reside several grotesque creatures, and you hear the voices again.
How can you choose cold metal over the splendor of flesh? But you fear us.
We hear your thoughts, and they rage for your brothers you believe dead.
Slowly the nature of the alien force is beginning to be revealed, and based on the vision and some audio logs, it's possible to deduce that the Many is some kind of a telepathic collective organism, which has likely integrated most of the crew into its mass. However, not all is made clear at all, such as why is the Many lamenting that you're embracing cold metal and helping its mother? Instead of pondering questions there are no clear answers for, the next portion follows the same sequence as before. You run around the level, complete objectives, and finally restore power to the ship's drive, which opens up the elevators and allows you to reach the 4th level and finally meet Dr. Polito. To use the elevators, you merely need to activate a button inside, which opens a new window with clearly marked floors you can choose from. There are two massive changes to the elevator system in comparison to System Shock. First off, you can use one elevator to reach basically the entire ship, which is massively helpful. Second, the purpose of each floor is now marked on the floor selection interface, removing the need for the player to try and remember which number corresponds with which level. To travel to the 4th level, all you need to do is press the button and you're on your way. Well, of course, nothing is that simple in System Shock 2, but at least the 3rd level is now accessible. So, with nothing else to do, that becomes an obvious destination. At this point, a rather massive difference between the System Shocks should become obvious. In some senses, System Shock 2 feels far more linear. Very early on in System Shock, you were able to wander around most of Citadel Station and just explore. This isn't as much the case in System Shock 2, and areas are opened little by little for you to examine, and doing so requires the completion of specific goals. In that sense, System Shock 2 is less of a dungeon crawler by nature than System Shock was, but is more of a narrative RPG. Depending on what you're looking for in a System Shock, that could be good or bad, but personally I don't mind either style. Each of the games play into their strengths, and this somewhat more linear way of progressing through the story does work to alleviate some of the problems I had with the storytelling in the first game. Since being constrained by a set path you need to follow allows the developers to craft certain story beats in more detail, as the player will have to experience things in a certain order. This obstruction, for example, leads you into the hydroponics sector, where Dr. Polito informs you that some kind of biomass is obstructing the elevator shaft, preventing you from reaching the highest levels of the ship. Not only that, the xenomorphs have transformed some of the areas into incubation chambers, which could be somewhat hazardous to your health. The hydroponics level imparts a massive amount of lore concerning the many, as Polito directs you towards a toxin the crew was formulating prior to the invasion's completion, and you explore the level within which new annelid creatures are being bred. I find this area to be absolutely fascinating, and the usage of audio logs is executed almost perfectly. On one hand, you see the end result of what has happened, including new grotesque enemies whose only purpose seems to be to defend the eggs growing all over the level. You also learn how all of this happened, as the many telepathically conditioned several crew members to feel an irresistible desire to defend and take care of these children. Under the influence of the many, several female crew members were implanted with cybernetic hardware and instilled with the sole purpose of acting as guardians for their young. It's grotesque, but also completely logical from the perspective of these beings. There is one negative aspect to this portion, as the toxin you need to clear the elevator shaft first needs to be researched. Technically, it could be possible to softlock yourself here, even if you do get enough cybernetic modules to purchase the skill if you don't have it. And that's already a negative, but not my biggest complaint. You can only use the toxin once it's been researched, and research takes time. It's possible to find the locations you need to use the toxin at, but not be able to do so without just waiting and running around finding the required chemicals to complete the research. In a game I've otherwise found fantastic so far, this bit is one of the smaller blemishes. It doesn't help that Polito as well is beginning to get a little impatient with you.
Why do you go so slowly? Do you think this is some kind of game? It is only through luck and my continued forbearance that you are even alive. Now move.
Eventually, you manage to pump the toxin into the air circulation systems around the level, which diminishes the presence of the alien biomass, finally giving you access to the 4th level, where you can meet your only living ally. I don't always do this, but in this case I believe it's more than warranted. A lore dump is imminent, so if you've found the game interesting so far and feel like you'd like to play it yourself, this is the moment to pause the video, click install, and experience the journey through Von Braun. If you don't mind massive spoilers, however, well, here we go. As you open the door to Dr. Polito's office, a morbid sight awaits you. A body is slumped over on a chair with a pistol lying on the floor next to it. If this is Polito, did she get annoyed at you being too slow and decided to end it all?
Why do you go so slowly? Do you think this is some kind of game?
Any questions you may have are soon answered, as a voice begins to talk to you, different from the ones you've heard before.
The Polito form is dead, insect. Are you afraid? What is it you fear?
The end of your trivial existence.
The voice introduces herself as Shodan and explains some of her history leading up to and during the events of System Shock. She reveals that the annelid lifeforms are her creation and evolved form of the experiments launched into the darkness of space by the hacker. She as well survived, albeit incomplete, as a part of her processing unit was on board the ejected Grove, overseeing the biological experiment. Eventually the Grove crash-landed on Tau Ceti 5 and Shodan had to hibernate to survive. During this time, her genetically engineered lifeforms thrived and evolved, becoming the many, thus creating their own society and a way of life separate from Shodan, whom they call Machine Mother or Machine Mummy if you're on the internet. She confirms that the Many has used telepathic abilities to take control of the ship and explains that she used the image of Polito to guide you until a certain level of trust was reached, allowing her to reveal herself to you. She also explains that your cybernetic implants are her doing, or as she calls them,
the only beauty in that meat you call a body.
If you value that meat, you will do as I tell you.
She strongly suggests that if you wish to survive, you should follow her instructions, as she gives you 2 tasks. First of which is the acquisition of 3 simulation units, which the Many intends to use to transform the dead biomass of the crew into new killer mutants, which she doesn't intend to let happen. She also says that on the 5th level there's another task waiting for you, and says that you can do these things in whichever order you wish, as long as you complete the tasks. This also means that for the first time in quite a while, the game opens up more and you have options about where to go and what to do, but in a more limited way than in System Shock. I think the closest analog with the games would be the final portion of System Shock, where you explore the last 2 levels. And while you can explore those levels somewhat freely, you have very specific goals to accomplish in order to open up new areas and progress towards the next zone. This kind of design philosophy permeates System Shock 2, and while it can feel constraining, I think it gives the progression more cohesion and works really well for the game. As for Shodan's reveal, I love it, and in my opinion it's executed very well. If you've explored thoroughly, the existence of Shodan should not come as a surprise, even if her role most likely does, since there are several logs detailing how a programming core was located and the science staff led by Dr. Polito was trying to analyze and extract information from it. Eventually, you could also have heard fragmented sounds identifiable as Shodan if you're familiar with System Shock.
I've managed to pull an audio tag file out of its memory. I'll let you be the judge.
Oi, oi, mate. Bloody useless sack of meat. You're knackered just getting around my joint. You can bum around here. Have a good one, mate.
Marie, I think it's speaking English.
There are also many clues to her existence and to the link between her and the Many, even if the confirmation of that link and more details are left for the grand reveal. Even how Shodan used Polito's form to assist the player makes perfect sense, not only because she's an authority figure on the ship, but because Polito was the first and most prominent human contact Shodan had on board Von Braun. This is also an amazing role reversal from System Shock, where Shodan was the primary antagonist, and she was the one trying to take down the hacker. Here, her experiments have a mind of their own and are fighting against Shodan, and she's helping you take down the beasts she created. I absolutely adore this unlikely alliance between a megalomaniacal artificial intelligence entity who still looks down on humanity and thinks of you as inferior, but also realizes you both need each other to survive. Not only has this been a fantastic way to subvert some of the expectations fans of the first game may have had, but the prominence of Shodan as a voice in your ear with a somewhat impatient and forceful attitude very likely birthed a fascination for humiliation in many a teenage player.
But accomplish, human.
Disappointment is not something I will accept from a spec such as you.
From this point onward, Shodan guides you around the ship, completing objectives with the goal of giving her control over Von Braun and attempting to eradicate the presence of her rebellious creations. This doesn't prove to be that easy, as the Many has all the knowledge of the crew and control over the ship's artificial intelligence. It seems like every step you take has already been predicted by your opposition, and new threats pop up after every goal you complete. This segment very much mirrors the entirety of System Shock, where every scheme of Shodan the hacker was able to thwart was followed up by another plan that would still cause the destruction of Earth's human population. In my opinion, this works very well, and slowly builds up the level of threat not only to you, but to Earth as well, since it is revealed that Von Braun is en route to Earth, and the Many intends to assimilate humanity into the collective. Eventually, even Shodan accepts that the many has grown to such proportions, both physically and mentally, that drastic measures need to be taken, and her vast intellect alone is not enough to destroy this force threatening both Earth and, most importantly, her. So you mirror the latter portions of System Shock once more and wrench control of Von Braun from Xerxes, so Shodan can cause the ship to be destroyed, and by doing so, also take out the constantly evolving threat within. To survive this destruction, you need to transfer Shodan to the UNN Rickenbacker, which is still docked with Von Braun. Take control of that ship and fly away into the sunset with your new virtual waifu Sylvando. Unfortunately, some of the latter segments of the game don't feel quite as well designed as the earlier portions, and getting into the Rickenbacker forces the player to backtrack to several portions of Von Braun, and honestly, kinda reminds me of the override code of System Shock, with the exception that this backtracking cannot be avoided by knowing beforehand you need to collect numbers from certain rooms. There also used to be a portion where it was possible to softlock yourself by hacking a replicator before the appointed time, but at least in the GOG version, this has been fixed. And even if you already have hacked the device once, a new easy hack prompt appears when the story requires you to do so. The latter portions of Von Braun also lead to one of the few moments when you see actual living human beings. A couple whose plan to escape can be followed by listening to their audio logs is seen reaching the shuttle bay and escaping Von Braun, which is a rather pleasant change from the fate of practically every other character whose stories you can listen to during the game. Reaching the Rickenbacker leads to a segment which can also be rather annoying, as you're tasked to destroy 16 eggs within which a new generation of annelids is growing, ones which Shodan informs you have no chance to survive against if they ever hatch. The reason why this part can be annoying is because you have no map while on the Rickenbacker, and the layout of the military ship is very maze-like. Thankfully, it's not that large, so missing an egg and having to explore the ship again shouldn't take that much time. The UNN Rickenbacker is full of dangers. Being a military ship, every nook and cranny is full of defenses, turrets, robots, and now also creations of the many. Navigating the maze and trying to survive all of these threats is made somewhat more pleasant by Shodan's constant berating of the player.
Only one egg remains. Insect. Are you always this slow?
What I find very fascinating is that it's very much likely that at this point the player might begin to feel comfortable with Shodan, despite her in essence being a murderous megalomaniac who once had plans to completely eradicate humanity and reshape it in her image. Now though, there's a kind of connection due to a mutual threat and a requirement to cooperate. And some of their lines even give an appearance of her beginning to grow at least somewhat fond of the player's character, her avatar.
You are a remarkable example of a pathetic species. I'm uploading some more cybernetic modules.
Escaping on the Rickenbacker proves to be more difficult than previously presumed, as the many is not merely the hybrid creatures you've been fighting, but also a giant mass growing outside of the ships. One that has expanded to such proportions that it's covering the Rickenbacker and connecting it to the Von Braun, making escape impossible. Shodan comes up with a new plan and orders you to take an escape pod and launch it into the body of the many, allowing you to enter it and destroy it from the inside. The body of the many is a somewhat grotesque level, and consists almost completely of different kinds of body parts, nerve clusters, sphincters, teeth, and so on, wrapped around scattered pieces of the Rickenbacker, showing how this new biological mass has taken over the ship in a more direct way than previously seen. The audio logs within give more insight into the biology of the many, explaining how these creatures seem to convert various forms of biomass, including human bodies, into nutrients which in turn is transformed into eggs that spawn varying types of creatures. These creatures don't seem to have much self-determination, but seem to be controlled telepathically by a central hive mind, giving credence to a possibility that if this central mind is destroyed, perhaps that would spell the downfall of the entire collective. The final fight against the brain of the many can be quite difficult, with some of the strongest creatures constantly spawning in the brain chamber, viciously defending their central consciousness. But eventually, the brain falls, and you take the role of a kidney stone, passing through the many's body and getting expelled back onto the bridge of the Rickenbacker. However, instead of living happily ever after with your virtual dummy waifu, Shodan betrays you, as she never had any intention to destroy the Von Braun. Now, with her mistake erased, she intends to use the FTL engine of the ship to distort reality and reshape it into her own image. This obviously doesn't seem like a good thing, so one more objective remains. Find Shodan and destroy her, once and for all. She has already begun warping the space around her, creating an entry into her lair that is very reminiscent of the virtual world the tutorials took place in. Once past this entry, a familiar sight opens up before you as you enter the medical level of the Citadel station. This final portion of the game is now very nostalgic to me, and I appreciate this choice much more after playing through the first System Shock. Unfortunately, the amazing feeling brought by being able to explore an incomplete version of the Citadel station that Shodan is willing into existence is soon broken by the final battle of the game. Similarly to System Shock, the final confrontation with Shodan is not terribly good, and consists of the player having to hack 3 stations, maintaining a shield around a low-poly representation of Shodan's face, and then you just shoot her in the face a couple of times and it's done. The battle is made even less of an issue if you've saved enough insta-hack items for the final battle. Shodan, knowing she's about to lose, attempts to tempt the soldier with promises of even more power and talks of a true alliance the two could have. But after all this, the soldier doesn't take the bait and refuses the offer, finishing Shodan off while saying a one-liner.
Nah.
I mean, sure, it's not the best one-liner, but is it at least kinda cool?
Nah.
Now with the many and Shodan both gone, the soldier takes control of the ships and signals that the threat has been taken care of, with the Von Braun and Rickenbacker now safely en route back to Earth. The signal also reaches the escape shuttle with the couple that managed to escape, and we cut to them, as they are planning to turn back the shuttle and return to Von Braun. However, something seems to be wrong with one of them, and we see a silhouette of the woman, looking somewhat like the virtual avatar of Shodan, as her voice changes and we hear a familiar laugh.
What's the matter, lover? Don't you like my new look?
System Shock 2 is amazing, though admittedly I have some nostalgia bias for this one, as some of my earliest memories of being spooked by a video game revolve around System Shock 2 and The First Thief, and those feelings are still strong and fond memories of mine. Unlike the original System Shock, there's not too much to say about the controls, as they are for the most part very much on par with most first-person games released after the turn of the millennium. The one special thing about the character controls is the ability to lean side to side and forwards, which is a rather uncommon feature in video games, and these days often replaced with a third-person mode and a snap-to-cover mechanic. However, there are some curious parts about how the player movement handles the environment, and there are multiple geometric features which can cause a feeling of getting stuck, but these are relatively few, so they rarely affect the smoothness of the gameplay. The level design is for the most part pretty good, and it's easy to feel like you're actually exploring a newly built spacecraft. There are often multiple pathways laid down in a logical way, and many objectives have multiple ways to approach them, which allows for creativity in how the player explores their environment. Due to the nature of the setting, most of the levels don't have much when it comes to vertical level design, which does somewhat limit exploration options. Still, some vertical design is used in clever ways to hide optional pathways, hidden caches, and such, and require the player to properly pay attention to their environment. The Rickenbacker levels are perhaps the most clear exception to the lack of verticality, and might play into the lack of maps in these areas, as the map system is two-dimensional and it doesn't handle multiple layers that well. Since the Rickenbacker levels can be very complex with multiple overlapping levels, this would not be the easiest thing to represent on a purely 2D map. One positive about the maps is the return of map marking, though it's somewhat more clunky this time, as you cannot mark the map within the map interface, but instead press a button to drop a virtual marker at your feet, after which you need to enter the map mode to give it a label. I didn't end up using this system much though, since the levels tend to be more logical and smaller than in System Shock, so I never really felt lost within Von Braun. Most of the levels feel appropriate to the setting, and for the most part it's easy to imagine the purpose of each area you're currently in, of course with some exceptions. For example, the maintenance level maze feels somewhat out of place and very video gamey as an obstacle, whereas the layout of things like the cargo holds feels very logical and seems fitting for a spacecraft. Visual design plays a large part in creating this illusion, and similarly to System Shock, each level has its own visual style to an extent. The contrast between the machines of the ship and the biological life forms of the many is another great aspect of the visual design. From the very first hybrid you encounter, it's easy to see all the things that are unusual and feel wrong. The twisted features, clearly deformed skin, and the weird tube-like extrusion linking the head and the body. You don't know what's going on, but it feels wrong, and immediately gives you an easily identifiable enemy that doesn't fit the general aesthetic of the surroundings. At least until you get further and further into the game, when the presence of the many begins to grow more and more, and the walls begin to show a skin-like organism growing to envelop the steel of the ship. Or at the Rickenbacker, the mass of the many is covering the windows of the ship, blocking your view of space, which had been a common sight in many levels of the Von Braun. The audio design is absolutely fantastic. The ambient sounds of the ship and the sounds of all the machines and creatures you face are distinctive and, to me, effectively quite spooky. One part of the audio that can be pretty divisive is the music, as there are rather large tonal shifts between the levels of the game. Some areas have very pumped up actiony techno music, while some areas rely on more ambient and dark tunes, and it can make the tone feel somewhat confused. Regardless of that, all of the music is in my opinion pretty amazing and brings up images of a dystopian cyberpunk future, which accurately depicts the world of System Shock. The world and the story is where System Shock 2 really shines. Not too much of Earth or the wider culture is explicitly stated, but plenty of things are implied and left for the player to interpret. For example, the events of System Shock clearly had an impact on the Tri-Optimum Corporation, which at the beginning of the game had its own police force, and according to the intro of System Shock 2 has only recently been relicensed. How that impacted them? We don't fully know, since clearly they were still in business for the last 4 decades in some form or another, as practically the entire Von Braun and its groundbreaking faster-than-light technology is proprietary Tri-Optimum technology. One clear aspect of the world is a rather traditional cyberpunk trope of hyper-capitalism, where corporations wield more power than governments, and freedom is based almost exclusively on personal finances. Even within the Von Braun, a ship that's basically a research and exploration vessel, almost everything for the crew costs nanites, and there's even an entire section of the ship dedicated for shopping and other costly recreational activities such as gambling and even virtual prostitution. Some of the recreational activities have been included as a gameplay element, and it's possible to waste your money on slot machines, or you can find a portable gaming console and cartridges to play on it. The return of Shodan is done quite well, and her story arc and plan is executed masterfully. How she was able to return after her defeat on the Citadel station makes perfect sense within the context of the universe, as one part of her consciousness was separate from the whole when the hacker defeated her goddess persona within cyberspace. The one problem I have is that while her return could be a great surprise, and the reveal where she had been impersonating Polita to guide you from the start of the game been even more impactful. But in a similar way to Ultima 7 and The Guardian, her existence and major role in the game is pretty much spoiled by the box art. Within the game, however, the audio logs and the slow change in Polito's attitude towards the player character build up to the reveal. And even after that, more logs from previous avatars Shodan had attempted to use tell the story of what she had told these people to do, and how they slowly became aware of her plans to take over both of the ships and use the FTL engine of Von Braun to alter reality to her whims. Her creations as the primary antagonist for the vast majority of the game was in my opinion a great choice, and the design is fantastically grotesque. Not only that, there is a clear distinction between the machine mother and the many. One of them is a mechanical being working through technology and having to use psychology to manipulate biological life forms into doing her bidding, by appealing to their desire for power, individuality, and the desire to feel special. Whereas the other is a completely biological collective organism devoid of individuality, where submitting to this collective strips people of their own needs and desires as they become a part of the whole, with telepathic powers being used to subtly make people want to be a part of this whole, with promises of bliss and unity. Each organism the many absorbs adds to the collective consciousness and knowledge, which acts as an explanation on how many of the enemies you have to fight are still entirely or partially mechanical, as the knowledge and control of these machines has been transferred to the many through the people who had that control before joining the collective. This also leads to the best subversion of expectations, at least until the very end of the game, where the big bad Shodan is instead a useful ally for basically the entire game. Sure, she's forceful, dismissive, and demanding, but let's be honest here, that's hardly a negative for a lot of people. On the contrary, it's very appealing to a rather notable segment of the population. System Shock 2 also avoids one of the major criticisms I had about System Shock by having your allies and enemies be a constant presence during the game. While in System Shock, Shodan very rarely actually interacted with the player. In System Shock 2, both the many and Shodan constantly contact the player and attempt to either sway them to their side, give orders, or just berate them for whatever reason.
Your flesh too is weak,
But you have potential. Every implant exalts you. Every line of code in your subsystems elevates you from your disgusting flesh.
I firmly believe that Shodan wouldn't have the kind of classic villain status with the merits of System Shock alone, and the more prominent presence of the AI in System Shock 2 is a key part in her becoming as iconic as she is. Another subversion of player expectations is done through the character of Captain Diego, the son of the self-interested secondary villain from the first game, who does start off as one of the first minions of the many, and is in many ways responsible for the entire incident happening in the first place, having succumbed to the influence of the collective. But unlike his father, this Diego redeems himself towards the end of the game, and physically mutilates himself to rid the alien infestation from his body, ultimately acting as a helpful entity at the final phase of the game. The ending of the game is the one part that to me is a bit of a weak point of the story, similarly to the very abrupt ending and lackluster final fight of System Shock. The ending was trying to be very 2000s cool, but even back then, I found parts of it quite cringe.
Nah.
What I do appreciate is the cliffhanger at the end, as it does leave room for a sequel with more Shodan, but in a new way we know absolutely nothing about. Considering this very curious fate for at least a portion of Shodan's consciousness once again, I'm glad we didn't have to wait too long for a sequel and, well, crap. Oh well, at least System Shock 2 has a secret which allows the player to find out the true mastermind behind the Von Braun incident, the revelation of which might be a surprise to basically everyone. The change into a slightly more linear RPG from the more freeform dungeon crawler was in my opinion a very good choice. There's still a lot of exploration to be done, but it's more directed than in System Shock, which should make the game more accessible without simplifying it to an extent which would draw the ire of more critical gamers. The RPG system itself is pretty decent, and it's very hard to create a build where you've completely screwed yourself over. Even taking weapon skills you never end up using isn't a game breaker unless you're playing on the higher difficulties. But if you're playing on those, it's most likely you're already familiar with the game and have an idea of the build you want to have. The system does scale itself if you play the multiplayer mode, by lowering the amount of cybernetic modules each player receives, requiring the players to specialize more onto specific tasks. I didn't get footage of this mode for the video, but multiplayer is basically the same as the single player mode, but you can play with a friend. It's quite fun. One aspect of the specialization includes the different weapon types, of which there are 4. In a single-player run, it's pretty easy to max out 2 or 3 of the weapon specializations, allowing for a wide range of variety, which isn't as easy during multiplayer due to the reduced amount of modules to upgrade your skills with. The variety of the weapons is pretty satisfying, ranging from very basic weapons such as pistols and shotguns, which have a variety of uses and different ammunition types, making them very versatile, to energy weapons which are especially effective against mechanical enemies, to heavier weapons, and finally exotic weapons, which are practically weapons created by the many. These ones have to be researched and take the form of a curious mix of biology and technology, reminiscent of the film Existenz, for example. Finally, there are their PSI powers, which is arguably the most difficult path to choose. But the addition of basically space wizards is still a very interesting and welcome choice. All of this allows for a variety of character builds, which leads to more replayability. One negative aspect about weapons is how they seem to wear down extremely fast, and even a weapon in perfect condition can degrade near breaking point after shooting a few measly magazines, practically forcing the player to invest in the maintenance skill to be able to use firearms effectively. Overall, I absolutely love this game, but as mentioned previously, there is a layer of nostalgia that I can't avoid. Would I recommend trying the game? Absolutely. This is what inspired games such as Prey 2017 and Bioshock, and in my opinion still holds up pretty damn well, even if the 3D models do look quite dated and some of the graphical aspects very clearly show their age. But the overall audiovisual direction, in my opinion, still manages to maintain a very tense and awesome atmosphere of you being alone on a spaceship trying to survive against all odds. As much as I've sung the praises of System Shock 2, even if some parts of it could still be better, the story of the developers is not the happiest. Since, despite gaining immense critical praise and becoming a cult classic which inspired many other future games, System Shock 2 didn't sell particularly well, which was very likely a contributing factor to the eventual bankruptcy of the developer. The whole franchise ended up on an almost 2-decade hiatus before Night Dive Studios brought back System Shock and gave us the enhanced edition of the first game. By the time this video comes out, an enhanced edition of System Shock 2 has been announced and teased, but no release date has been set. Despite the rather tragic end of the original developers, the 2020s has brought us a resurgence of the franchise, and there is still one more game to play to finish off this retrospective series. And that we'll look at in the next video. I'd like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters: Daniel Heinevetta, High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, Professor Fesser, Andrew Juncker, and Daniel Zupka. Thank you all for your continued support. It means the world to me, and knowing so many people appreciate what I do is absolutely amazing. But until next time, Fintrovert signing out. In the 1990s, System Shock arrived onto PCs with two well-received and genre-defining games, so, of course, the developer went bankrupt. But the ashes of the franchise wouldn't stay dormant forever, and over 2 decades after System Shock 2, a remake of the first game was released. Since this one's the most recent game I've ever covered, starting the game has one quite important change. And before the mandatory company logos, we get a photosensitivity warning screen. After the aforementioned logos, we're immediately put into the main menu, where we see Citadel Station orbiting Saturn. The options portion of the menu is quite extensive and is split into 6 categories. First of which is gameplay, where you can adjust things relating to the user interface and some elements related to immersion. The controls section is what you'd expect, and the options allow you to change look sensitivity and whether some aspects of the controls are in toggle or hold mode. You can also rebind every action available, of which there are many. The next segment is your basic video settings menu, where you can change the window mode, resolution, VSync status, and also one setting that should be in most first-person games: the field of view angle. The graphical details section is also what you'd expect, and the settings are split into multiple categories that can be independently controlled to the player's personal preferences. One of the best parts is the audio settings menu, where we finally have the holy grail of settings, as practically every single audio source category has its own volume slider, which I absolutely love. Finally, we have the accessibility settings menu, where you can change the game's language, choose whether to have subtitles, change the amount of head bob, and the color scheme of the user interface. This is a very good thing to have, and the settings allow people to configure the game in a way where they can see things and also lower the risk of motion sickness. Starting the game works in a similar way to the original game, and before getting into the action, you're shown a difficulty selection screen with 4 categories. These allow the player to modify their experience to their own liking, and if, for example, you don't want the combat to be too difficult, you can tone that down while keeping puzzles more difficult, and so on. The mission difficulty is likely the most curious of the settings, as the lowest difficulty gives the player mission waypoints as markers on the map, helping people keep track of what they have to do. And the highest difficulty brings back the timer from the original, and makes some of the aspects of the game slightly harder. As before, I'll be playing on the 2222 difficulty, as that is the default, and as such, I'm assuming it to be the intended way to play the game. With the latest patch, you can also choose the character's gender expression, which is always a nice feature to have. Confirming your difficulty selection takes you into the intro sequence, which plays quite differently from the one in the original game. This time you start from the point of view of a drone, and you get to see what New Atlanta looks like in full 3-dimensional glory, while a remixed version of the original theme song plays in the background. As the drone flies through the city, it eventually finds its target, and suddenly, the point of view changes from the drone to the target, who is looking directly at the drone in the distance. At this point, you have control of the hacker, and can look around their apartment, which highlights one of the more controversial aspects of the remake. The graphical style is a curious mix of low-resolution textures and modern rendering techniques and effects. I absolutely loved this, and it feels like the developers were intending to kind of evoke a feeling of this is how we saw the old games in our imagination. Many things in the apartment are interactable, and after a short while of digging around, your laptop is broken through the defenses of a mainframe, and you can get to work extracting the most secret secrets of the Tri-Optimum Corporation. Unfortunately though, this goes just as well as it did in 1994, and your hack has been traced, as the Tri-Optimum security forces burst through the door and arrest you. But not before you can give one final expression of defiance.
Turn around! Now!
Nah.
From this point onwards, the introduction follows the story beats of the original game, but mostly from a first-person perspective. As you're flown into the Citadel station, where the corporate executive Edward Diego gives you an offer you can't refuse, and tasks you with disabling the pesky ethical constraints on the station's AI, the ultimate waifu showdown. You do as he asks, and as a reward you're drugged and sent into a medically induced coma, during which you'll be surgically grafted with a military-grade neural implant. Then, your neural interface boots up, shown to the player as a display very reminiscent of a boot-up screen of a 90s DOS PC, and you wake up inside a cryo chamber in the medical suite of the station. Now you're in the game proper, and can start what kind of counts as a tutorial. There's not too much to say about moving your character within the game world, as the controls are for the most part very standard first-person shooter controls. By default, WASD are used to move, and the mouse can be used to look around. Additionally, you can crouch, jump, and lean left and right, which I appreciate immensely. Compared to the original, there's slightly less control over your character's stance, as you can't adjust the amount of your leaning or how far down you're crouched. But I don't find this to be too much of an issue, since the complexity of the original's controls was definitely great for those who liked it, but this amount of simplification in my opinion merely lowers the barrier of entry, while keeping the player feeling like they're fully in control of the character. A rather massive difference between the original and the remake is the user interface. In the original game, the user interface took most of the screen space, and absolutely everything you could ever need was always shown on the screen unless the full screen mode was enabled. The remake user interface, on the other hand, is in comparison minimalistic, and the only things displayed on the screen are your health and energy bars, a hotbar, and a small bezel at the top of the screen. The bezel serves an important function, and is actually the current iteration or the click to identify interface of the original game. As you point the crosshair at an object within the world, a description of that object appears within this bezel. This allows the player to quickly and easily identify things they're looking at, which once more includes even very mundane things, such as wall panels. Looking around the medical suite, the tutorial continues in a similar style to the original, and your user interface points out a healing patch and directs you to pick it up. Once you pick the item up, it's automatically equipped, and the character is shown holding the healing patch. Using the item with the left mouse button plays an animation where the character applies the patch on their arm, and the slow healing process can begin. The shelves of the first room contain a rather large amount of other objects as well, most of which the Identify interface labels as junk, and picking them up merely places them into your inventory and doesn't equip them, as happened with the healing patch. The inventory system is more reminiscent of System Shock 2 than System Shock, and you're treated with one of the holy grails of video games, a grid inventory. Items within the grid inventory can be moved freely, and objects larger than 1 square can be rotated to properly engage in a pleasurable game of the inventory Tetris. However, you may not wish to hold on to the massive amount of junk items you may have collected if you're a compulsive loot goblin such as I, and you can throw items from your inventory by dragging and dropping them from the inventory into the world. Just like in the original, you can also vaporize objects from your inventory, which effectively deletes them from existence. One difference to this function between the games is that in the remake, you're given a small amount of stackable scrap as a result of the vaporization. Continuing further within the room, your path is blocked by a locked door, and the only way to continue is through another door, which the user interface directs you to open with a conveniently placed button on the wall. In this room, you can pick up a sturdy pipe, which acts as your first weapon. Next to the pipe lies a briefcase which you can open, and fascinatingly, it actually opens, revealing the contents within the world itself. From the briefcase, you can pick up 3 important items. First of which is a new implant containing a mapping interface. As you pick the implant up, an animation is played of the hacker examining the implant before inserting it into the interface on their head. The mapping system itself is in some ways an upgrade from the mapping unit of the original game. You now have a user interface segment specifically reserved for the minimap, meaning that you can have the map on the screen constantly without having to worry about taking space from other upgrades. And within the interface menu, the larger map is quite comprehensive with several icons pointing out useful things, such as keypads and so on. You can also insert markers onto the map to highlight places you find important, but which have no special features that the map automatically marks. Despite it being poorly telegraphed, just like in the original, you can write a description to the map markers, which is immensely helpful if you find items you wish to pick up later and want to mark all of them onto your map. The second item in the briefcase is a message reader upgrade, which the hacker inserts into the extension port of their wrist-mounted interface. Doing so immediately has your messaging interface light up as you receive a communication from a Tri-Optimum Anti-Terrorism Unit member Rebecca Lansing, who explains that the station has been under a communications blackout and they've been unable to reach anyone on the station, including the station's artificial intelligence. Not only that, the station's laser has been aimed at Earth and is slowly preparing to fire. She implores you to find a Nathan D'Arcy from the level you're in, explaining that he should be able to bring the station back under control. Seemingly, you have little choice, so you grab a keycard from the briefcase and are finally able to open the door blocking your path. The next room acts as the second part of the tutorial, and the first thing shown to the player is a healing bed that can be used to fully heal yourself, at least physically. Using the bed is not instant, but instead it plays an animation where the hacker lies down inside as the bed does its thing. Looking around, you can see a stationary robot further down the room. Getting closer to this robot reveals its hostile status as it begins to slowly try and attack the player. But thankfully it's easily dispatched with a couple well-placed smashes of the pipe. There's also another robot which may catch the player off guard and actually cause some damage, which can then easily be healed with a surgical bed in the same room. Killing the robots allows you to loot their corpses, which is a good way to familiarize the player with a more traditional looting interface in comparison to the briefcase found earlier, as interacting with the destroyed robots opens your inventory interface with a smaller box next to it representing the container you're interacting with. Within this interface, it's possible to either move and pick up items individually, or you can press a key to fully loot the container, which places all of the items in the first open slots of your inventory as long as there's space available. The route out of the medical suite is locked with a numeric keypad, so the player is tasked to explore the nearby area to locate the code. While doing so, it's possible to notice rather ominous-looking security cameras which follow your every move, and make a rather familiar sound as they notice you. At the back of the room, you can find an energy recharge pylon, which completely restores your power levels. Once used, the pylon retracts into itself and only returns to its full size when it has recharged and can be used again. This is a rather brilliant way to tell the player visually whether or not they can use the station or not. To find the keycode, you're required to use the crouch function to enter a maintenance panel, which leads to a room where you can find a text log on a futuristic thumb drive. Picking which up leads to an animation where the hacker inserts the drive to their wrist interface and downloads the contents. Whenever you acquire a new log, a UI pop-up appears and directs you to hold a key to immediately read or listen to the log. If you choose not to do this, the logs can be found from the interaction menus, where you can locate a separate tab for all of the logs you've collected. Playing or reading the logs in this interface is simple, but not entirely bug-free. Technically, all you need to do is click a log and it plays, but sometimes it seems like the list doesn't accurately detect the mouse cursor, which makes scrolling with the directional controls almost a necessity to avoid massive amounts of annoyance. As a positive convenience, though, the logs are categorized by the level you found them on. Now, with the keycode in mind, you can finally open the door and enter the rest of the medical level. How this works is absolutely fantastic to me, and a great example of the diegetic design of the remake. Interacting with the keypad does not open a new window within your user interface, but instead the keypad buttons are objects within the game world. And to input the keycode, you need to use the crosshair to highlight the appropriate numbers, and then use the interact button to input the code. I love this so much. How objects you interact with are made to feel like actual parts of the game world, and how the player character interacts with this world via animations, such as inserting the implants or using healing items, really adds to the feeling of immersion by removing some of the more gamey elements. Unsurprisingly, the first keycode of the game is the legendary 451, and opening the door leads to an immediate encounter with a mutated humanoid entity. Beating which up with a lead pipe showcases how the game displays locational damage on enemy models. In addition to that, the death of an enemy causes them to slump over in a satisfying ragdoll, which reacts to the direction from which the fatal blow was dealt. From this point onwards, the game slowly begins to open up, and as you exit the healing suite, you receive another communication, this time with the soothing voice of the station's AI showdown, whose helpful automated greeting introduces the functions of each of the station's levels to the player.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well.
One of the first things you might find is a circuit box on the wall of the hallway you found yourself in. These are in effect small puzzles you need to solve to reroute power to whatever device they're connected to. There are two types of puzzles. One is a circuit puzzle somewhat similar to Pipe Mania, or as you're more likely to know it as, Pipe Dream, where you need to lead a stream of power from one point of the board to another by rotating segments of the board to create an unbroken pathway. The second is a power distribution puzzle, where you need to use combination and division blocks to direct a specific amount of power to the goal, signified by two marker lights in the power level display. An unlocked door in the same hallway leads to a recovery room, where a grisly sight awaits you. The beds are full of living humans implanted with a large amount of unidentifiable technology, twitching in an uncomfortable fashion, clearly unaware of your presence. These patients are being taken care of by a non-hostile cyborg that, despite your appearance, merely keeps mindlessly working on its task. Is this the fate of the crew? And more importantly, is this what will happen to you if you fail? In this room, you can also find your first audio log, represented with a circular recording device. Within this log is a warning. The station's AI has gone rogue, and to diminish its power over the station, the creator of this log instructs anyone who listens to it to destroy security cameras and CPU nodes, hoping that someone will be more successful than they had been. At this point, the situation seems dire, and for those familiar with the original game, some things seem familiar and others very different. The entire tutorial segment is a microcosm of how the developers of the remake have followed the blueprint of the original while making some changes to the formula and the flow of the story. For example, the entire first room is almost exactly analogous to the same section of the original. The game allows you to learn some of the basic controls in complete safety by locking you in a room with absolutely no dangers, while also directing you to some important functions necessary to survive within the world. You're shown how to pick up items and how to use items to heal yourself. You're also shown how the story will be told by the means of audio logs and direct communications from other unseen characters. Before entering the rest of the game, you're also given your first weapon that is automatically equipped as you pick it up. Opening the first door with a keycard immediately directs you to a more permanent means of healing yourself, and here is also where some of the changes begin to show themselves. In the original game, it was possible to get attacked almost immediately after leaving the cryo chamber room, and as healing yourself with a surgical bed was also immediate, this was a good way to condition the player to notice the usefulness of the surgical beds even in the heat of combat. In the remake, healing is not immediate and cannot be done while a hostile enemy is nearby. And instead it plays a longer animation, which is immersive, yes, but also means it's not as easy to just click a thing and get healed. The enemies here as well seem to be unaware of your presence and purposefully made to look in the opposite direction of the door you entered the room from. The layout of the healing suite has also changed somewhat, and the alcove within which you could find your first ranged weapon in the original game no longer exists, and is instead replaced by a locked room and a tutorial on the necessity to enter small spaces to reach your goal. The keycode as well is not in the hacker's own journal, but in a text log of a station crew member. As much as I love the original game, I do have to admit that in my opinion some of these changes in comparison have a better flow to them. However, even with these changes to the flow of the story, some aspects of the gameplay still don't match the information given to the hacker. Both in the remake and in the original game, the tutorial of the game directs the player to destroy security cameras with a very clear pop-up. This happens the first time you see a security camera, despite not yet having been given the information for why the hacker would want to do so. It's not a massive problem, but considering the change in the flow of the story, it's interesting that this slight discrepancy has been left there. There are also some rather major differences to the beginning of the story, which can be seen as either positives or negatives, depending on your opinion on how the story should be. First off, the Journal of the Hacker doesn't exist in the remake, which means that we don't get a deeper view into the personality of the hacker, aside from the clear dislike of authorities demonstrated at the beginning of the game.
Nah.
I kinda prefer this, since the personality of the hacker was never really that important. And just like in System Shock 2, keeping the main character as more of a blank slate allows the player to project themselves into the shoes of the character more. The one change that I'm not as glad about is the lack of threats in Rebecca Lansing's first communication with the hacker, since in the original game, the Trioptimum execs knew of the connection between the hacker and Edward Diego, and used it as a leverage to pressure the hacker into doing what they wanted. Whereas now that aspect of the story is missing from the beginning. Granted, this was only in the voiced version, so the script in the remake in this case is following the script of the floppy version instead of the CD version. As you continue your explorations in the Citadel station, one returning and potentially off-putting feature of the game becomes apparent. As unless you're playing on the lowest mission difficulty level, figuring out where to go and what to do is entirely the player's responsibility. Just as in the original, this is very reminiscent of other dungeon crawler games, a category into which I believe System Shock belongs to, where the somewhat aimless exploration is a part of the draw. As you're intended to slowly go through the levels, figuring out what belongs where, and locating important pieces of information that lead you towards solving whatever your current problem might be. At the beginning, that problem is finding the office of Nathan Diassi and lowering the security level of the station by destroying security cameras and finding the CPU nodes the audio log mentioned. To do this, you need to explore the medical level, including the dark corridors of the maintenance section, from where a few features can be found, including elevators and ladders. Solving the first puzzle of the game directs power to a small elevator, which leads into the rear section of the level. This same elevator was in the original game, and was a demonstration of the rather jerky geometry-changing mechanics of the engine. Thankfully, 3D technology has improved significantly in the last 30 years, and now standing on an elevator is smooth and doesn't cause nausea. The functionality of the ladders has also changed, as in the original game you merely jumped on a ladder and were kinda glued onto the wall as you traversed up and down. In the remake, however, the diegetic nature of the design also applies to the ladders, and as you bump into a ladder, the hacker is shown taking hold of the rungs, and you can see the hands move from one rung to another as you climb a ladder. Here you can also see one of the best features of the new graphical capabilities when it comes to immersion, as just like in the original game, there are places where you can see outside the station. But now, thanks to the technological improvements of the last 30 years, the visuals are breathtaking. Depending on where on the station you are, you can see different parts of the station, and as the Citadel station is orbiting Saturn, you can also see the planet. Well, some of the time at least, since the station is constantly rotating, and that is reflected in the visuals outside of the station, as it's constantly changing in relation to the station's orientation. I absolutely love this, and if I wasn't constantly concerned about a humanoid mutant ambushing me, I could just stand around looking outside of the station for hours. From the maintenance corridors, it's also possible to find a somewhat familiar-looking alternate melee weapon. If you look at these weapons in your inventory, you can see that the game displays rather detailed statistics on each of them. One of them has a higher damage range but slightly shorter reach. Having a very clear way to compare weapons is ultimately a very good thing, as the player doesn't have to wonder whether one weapon is better than the other. A very good addition in my opinion. From the same corridors, you can also find one of the first rooms that contains environmental damage. These work similarly to the earlier games, and being in the radius of the environmental damage zone increases your contamination levels. The higher the levels are, the more damage over time you will sustain. These zones are very clearly telegraphed via sound effects and also a UI element which appears on the screen when relevant. To lower your contamination levels, all you need to do is leave the affected area and the levels will slowly return to zero. In a rather stark contrast to the original game, some of the environmental damage zones can be removed by destroying the contaminated barrels that are the source of the damage. This is a slight anomaly in the mostly immersive nature of the game, as if you destroy a container within which there's a biological contaminant, wouldn't it just make the problem worse instead of removing the problem? Still, this is a very minor complaint, and from a purely gameplay perspective, I can't deny that it's very convenient to be able to make areas safer in this way. The final new feature in the maintenance tunnels is a recycling station, which can be used to turn in useless items in exchange for coins. The original game didn't have any kind of an economy system, and junk items were just that, useless junk. In the remake, most of the environmental junk items now have a use, which gives compulsive loot goblins something to occupy their time with, as we run around the levels trying to clear it of every single interactable object. The coins themselves can be used on the various vending machines located around the station to purchase necessities from a limited selection. For the most part, this means purchasing a variety of medical patches with differing uses. Just like in the original, medical patches come in a variety of effects. Likely the most important one is the standard healing patch, which applies a small amount of healing over time when used. But there are also patches which increase the amount of time you can run before running out of stamina, ones that heighten your reflexes, slowing down time around you, increase melee damage, lower the contamination levels of your body, and so on. Early on, it's possible to bump into one of the features, which in the original was interesting, but ultimately one of the weaker points of the game, as you find a cyberspace access terminal. By using these terminals, it's possible to connect to the station's computers and dive inside into the wild world of information technology. In the original game, these segments were ultimately rather confusing. Unless playing on the lowest difficulty, your virtual avatar was constantly moving forwards, and trying to navigate the transparent wireframe universe with simple geometric objects representing all of the interactable portions was not terribly easy. The remake has almost completely revamped these segments, and now the cyberspace is more reminiscent of a 90s cyberpunk movie fever dream. Controlling your avatar in this colorful world is reminiscent of games like Descent, where you have full control over your orientation. You can look around using the mouse and adjust your movement and rotation with a keyboard. Within cyberspace, there are still collectible items which upgrade the abilities you have access to within these segments. The first of these items is a pulsar combat software, which in effect is a rapid-fire weapon that fires somewhat slowly moving projectiles. The virtual world contains many nodes you need to interact with, and shooting them with a pulsar activates them. For the most part, this means you'll gain access to a new portion of cyberspace while attempting to reach the end. Generally, the cyberspace levels are segmented into rooms connected via doorways and tunnels, and each room acts as a sort of combat arena where portals appear on the virtual wall, spawning defense software enemies, each of which has its own distinctive look, allowing the player to easily identify what kinds of attacks each of these enemies is capable of doing. It's possible to die in cyberspace, and to help avoid this, the levels have easily identifiable health pickups you can fly through to collect. If you do die though, unless you're playing at the highest cyberspace difficulty, you're booted out of cyberspace with a small cost in health, after which you can retry the level. Unlike the original, however, where destroyed enemies remained that when returning into a cyberspace terminal, in the remake this is not the case, and only the completed main objectives count as completed if you die during one of these levels. This, combined with how you can't save while in cyberspace, means that if you encounter a segment which proves to be somewhat difficult, the only way forwards is to just bang your head at it until you finally succeed. The primary purpose of these segments is to find large energy stream-like nodes and shoot at them until they're destroyed. Successfully doing so usually has some kind of an effect in the meat space, and what this effect is described in a pop-up message at the top left of the screen. Once you've cleared a level, all you need to do is find the exit and return into the moist flesh called the human body. Continuing your explorations, you'll eventually find some ranged weapons to further facilitate your desire for carnage. The most common pair found on the medical level are a good microcosm of the way System Shock handles firearms. The first example is a regular pistol that uses standard ammunition. Equipping the weapon does not open up a new portion to the user interface displaying your total ammunition, but instead the current loaded ammunition is displayed on a display at the back of the weapon. The ability to know how much ammunition is loaded into your weapon is even more important in System Shock than in most games, as by default the weapons will not reload automatically, though that feature can be turned on if you wish to. Instead, pressing the attack button while the magazine is empty, you will merely hear a rather unsettling click, signifying you've run out of ammunition. However, even though you can see the currently loaded ammunition, the only way to see your remaining total ammunition is to manually check your inventory. This lack of on-screen information is a good way to emphasize preparation. In a similar way to the previous games, you can find multiple copies of the same weapon. This is of course a good thing if you, for example, decide you don't want to get more things into your inventory, but change your mind later. Or if you run out of ammunition to one weapon, you can then grab another one to which you do have ammunition. But what it also means is that the unload mechanic is back, and intact weapons can still be a way to gain more ammunition even if you already have that weapon. You just have to take the ammunition out from the weapon manually instead of the game doing it for you. The second example weapon is the Spark Beam, which was the first energy weapon found in the original game as well. Instead of ammunition, the Spark Beam draws its energy from the player's energy reserves, finally giving more of a purpose to the energy bar that was recharged at the very beginning of the level. Just like in System Shock 2, weapons have different use modes which can be changed with the press of a button. For most projectile weapons, this means changing the ammunition type, which also changes the look of the ammunition display of the gun. For energy weapons such as the Spark Beam, the mode change instead modifies the amount of energy the weapon draws, which also increases the amount of damage each shot does. Not only that, using more energy means the weapon heats faster, which is also displayed on the gun itself, instead of in the heads-up user interface. Overheating the gun requires the player to wait for a while before being able to fire again, making this system act as a pretty nice risk versus reward system. I really like how this whole system works, and how the visuals of the guns change according to the firing mode or loaded ammunition. This kind of design, where even more game-like things are implemented as features of the game's world, is absolutely fantastic to me. And in many ways it's interesting to see this kind of design come into System Shock, when one of the more popular examples of this design was Dead Space, which had some very clear inspirations from System Shock. What goes around and all that? A new addition to the weapon system are weapon mods, which is more of an inspiration from System Shock 2 than System Shock, but in a slightly different way. This is also one of the features which to me justifies being an incorrigible loot goblin, as vending machines don't only give healing items and food, but also weapon mods and ammunition, albeit in very limited quantities. Unlike System Shock 2, where weapons were modified either with a modification skill or with a universal tool that upgraded a weapon to the next tier. In the System Shock remake, each weapon mod is unique and does a very specific thing for one specific weapon. The first one you're likely to find is an upgrade to the pistol, and once you've bought it from the vending machine, it appears in your inventory. Dragging this upgrade onto a pistol upgrades that individual pistol to have double the ammunition capacity. In this way, this counters some of the positives of having multiple copies of a weapon across the station, since once you've inserted this unique upgrade onto a weapon, you kinda have to hold on to that specific gun to reap the benefits. But it also adds to the inventory management aspect of the game, as locking one weapon to the upgrade path makes it more appealing to try and keep certain weapons for as long as possible. The inventory management aspect of the weapon upgrades is enhanced by how some of the mods add new components to the weapons, which not only changes how the weapon looks, but can also increase the amount of space the weapon takes in your inventory. Eventually, it's made even more clear that Shodan is in fact behind all of the atrocities you've seen across the medical level, and the station crew's been trying to fight against her and the hordes of her minions. Even to the extent that she begins to interfere with your progress earlier than in the original, with some previously optional areas now being a part of the main progression as traps.
You are not welcomed here. Remove yourself.
For the most part, it seems like the crew hasn't been too successful against the onslaught of mutants and cyborgs, and it's possible you will meet the same fate and die. At the start of the game, dying results in an immediate game over, and a cutscene reminiscent of the original game where your corpse is dragged into a giant robot where your brain is used as a part of its CPU. To avoid this fate and annoyance at losing hours of progress, there are multiple ways to save your game. First off, there's finally an autosave system, though it's not perfect. It seems to activate at certain points of story completion, on area transitions, as you use the healing beds, and so on. This obviously doesn't account to all situations, and can leave rather large swathes of the game without an autosave point. Thankfully, you can also save whenever and wherever you want, either via the save system found in the pause menu, which doesn't seem to have a limit to the amount of save games you have, but you also can't rename the saves, which is unfortunate. In addition to that, there's also a quick save and quick load system, which allows for the easy creation of a restore point. Loading as well is done via the menus, and the only negative is related to not being able to rename the saves. As is the tradition in System Shock franchise, this is not the only way to avoid lost progress, and eventually you can find a restoration chamber that Shodan has modified to be a cyborg conversion chamber, where instead of restoring someone from the brink of death to their original condition, it creates new minions for her army. To restore the original function, all the player needs to do is find a rather large switch and toggle it, which creates a resurrection point to which you will be transported in the event of death. In the room with the first restoration chamber, you can find yet another helpful new feature, a cargo elevator. This cargo elevator is a moderately small container, which can be called to any level of the station. Having this kind of a storage unit is very helpful in saving some items you might not want to use yet, but want to have access to, without having to create a separate storage area where to dump items to. One very cool thing about the cargo elevator, and the recycler as well, is that the items you place on the storage grid are accurately represented inside of the 3D model of the elevator. It's easy to miss, and adds almost nothing to the game, but I absolutely adore this amount of attention to detail. The main portion of the story continues in a similar fashion to the original, and eventually you find yourself in the office of Nathan D'Arcy, where a lone corpse acts as a grim signifier of how your job here is clearly not yet finished. Instead of an ally, you found an audio log describing the means to destroy the mining laser before it has a chance to fire upon Earth and destroy large swathes of humanity in the progress. As you explore further, your allies on Earth contact you again, this time not with happy news, as they've found out your employee ID was fabricated and Tri-Optimum is now aware of your deal with Edward Diego. And they offer you a pardon for all of your offenses if you agree to help deal with the situation on Citadel Station, before Shodan's sultry voice cuts the communication off again.
I prefer a quiet station. Thank you.
This is also where the necessity to lower level security should finally become absolutely clear, as the elevator leaning out of the medical level is locked by Shodan's influence. So you do the one thing you can, and search for her CPU nodes and destroy them. One simple way to do so is with explosives, which come in several varieties intended for different uses. The basic explosive type is the fragmentation grenade, which functions in a different fashion from the original, in which grenades were used by selecting them from the inventory and then dropped into the game view, which threw the grenade into the selected direction. In the remake, grenades are another type of weapon which has to be equipped, after which pressing the attack button begins to cook the grenade and releasing the button throws the grenade into the direction of the crosshair. Having destroyed the CPU nodes, the level security rating decreases massively, and Shodan isn't particularly pleased with you, sending her cyborgs to kill you as she promises you a good time as your torture subject.
I will have your secrets.
And you will learn more about pain than you ever wanted to know.
Lowering the security rating of a level has several beneficial effects, as there are many doorways and other features within the level that are only activatable after lowering the security level enough. Not only that, the security level directly affects enemy respawn rate. To ensure the levels do not become empty too soon, both the original and the remake have a respawn mechanic, and in the remake it also has a visual component to it, as Shodan sends new enemies to the level with a hidden maintenance elevator that pops up out of the ground. The only way to stop this and prevent more enemies from spawning, with the exception of those that spawn due to story progress, the player needs to lower the security rating of a level to 0. It is not time to let the dummy AI win yet, as with a security rating lowered, you can now open several previously inaccessible areas, including a secret door containing a powerful handgun. This little secret is a good example of some parts of the remake which aren't quite as fair as they were in the original. As in the original, hidden doors were identified as such within the identification system of your user interface, but in the remake, they are not. Many of the first-level hidden doors in the original also had a different texture to the walls surrounding them, making them visually distinctive, but that's not really the case in the remake as well. This leads to a situation where it's very likely that most people will be completely unaware that there even are hidden doors around the station, since the game doesn't properly teach their existence, unless they compulsively try to activate every single wall. Whereas veteran players already know of those hidden places and can find useful loot others will completely miss. Having lowered Shodan's grasp on the medical level, you can finally enter the elevator and enjoy the best returning feature so far. Actually moving to another area also follows the diegetic design principles, and is much more clear than it was in the original game, as the elevator buttons are a part of level geometry, and clearly display the name of the floors you can travel to with the elevator. With the elevator open, the game begins to open up even more, and as you complete your objectives in the research level, which are likely to include finding the CPU nodes of the level, and resetting the restoration chamber and so on, you're given more clear directions on how to destroy the station's laser array, which leads you on a quest through several levels of the station that you can explore in the order you choose. It's also possible to open up pathways to areas which currently have no active objectives for you to complete. This is a part of the potentially overwhelming aspect of both the remake and the original game, as the amount of freedom the player has in exploration can make scouring the corridors of the station feel aimless. While exploring the research level, one of my critiques of the original game is alleviated immensely, as Edward Diego's voice begins blaring from the station's intercom system, imploring the crew to submit themselves to Shodan and join the glorious cause of the goddess.
What if there was another way? A way that promises immortality? That can only be achieved through Shodan, our goddess, and our great savior.
This is very much how Shodan describes herself, as audio logs containing the history of her waking up to her magnificence can be found scattered around the level. She as well has slightly more active role in the game, and as you complete your objectives, there are now more voice lines berating you and imploring you to stop. The research level also reveals that the square slot next to the puzzle boxes is not just decoration, but actually serves a purpose, as you can find at the first logic probe of the game. These are consumable items that can be inserted into the puzzle box slot, which automatically marks the puzzle as solved, allowing for limited skipping of puzzles. A part of your current quest leads you to acquire an isotope which can be used to power the shields of the station. However, this isotope is located in an irradiated section of the research level, and you're given a clue about the existence of an Enviro pack that can be used to mitigate environmental damage. Similarly to the original game, however, actually getting this upgrade is completely unnecessary to complete this goal. If you do get the upgrade, it highlights a slight change in its function when compared to the original game. In System Shock, the Enviro Pack was automatically activated whenever you ended up in an area with an environmental hazard. In the remake, this is not the case, and the implant instead has to be manually activated. And while it's active, it constantly drains a small amount of energy from your reserves. After gaining the isotope and using it to power the shields, you still cannot activate them, as firing the laser while the shield is active would destroy the laser, something you're actively trying to do. Thankfully, these safety protocols can be overridden, but to do that you need to find the override code located in the research level library. This portion has one positive update from the original, but also something negative. In the original, I complained about how the code is shown on a screen that's not immediately obvious, especially if playing on lower resolutions, but I also forgot to mention that the code does appear in the notes section of your media reader, which I guess was accidentally a good example of how easy it is to forget that section even exists. In the remake, the screen displaying the code is more obvious, not only because of its placement, but also because the numbers are much larger. However, since there is no notes section in your media reader, this means that it's now completely up to the player to actually pay attention to the code and write it down, since the game doesn't automatically save a reminder of it anywhere. After activating the shields, you can head towards the laser control room, from where it's possible to finally thwart Shodan's plan to attack Earth. This fact is not unknown to the goddess herself, and her troops ambush you once more. I like how not only has the game retained some of the existing ambush scenarios from the original, albeit often in a slightly different form, but there are also new traps and ambushes that make Shodan's presence feel more imposing, as now it feels like she's actively trying to stop you from completing your objectives. Once you defeat her minions, you're finally in the laser control room, where a large red button acts as the firing mechanism. As you press the button, a screen lights up, displaying the outside of the station as the laser backfires and is destroyed. This is not the end of Shodan's plans, and she's quite adamant you've no chance to survive Make Your Time, and how her next plan will put the entire humanity under her control, as she's experimenting on a mutagenic virus that she plans on releasing on Earth, some of the results of which you've already seen.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species. At this moment, I am finalizing my mutagen virus in one of the groves, and it will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pestilent mutations.
Thanks to the audio logs scattered around the station, it is possible to deduce most of her plans before she reveals them to you, as the crew of the station had already found out about those plans to some extent, coming up with plans to thwart them. I really enjoy this, and the way with which the audio logs slowly reveal more of the backstory of the station, much of which is relevant to your attempts to survive as well, is very much enjoyable to me. There is also a returning thing which I'm extremely pleased about, and as I was playing the game for the first time, I was happy to find out it made a return. The laser can be fired before you engage the shield, which results in Shodan congratulating you for destroying large portions of humanity yourself, before her troops take you to a cyborg conversion station, and then the game is over.
Thank you. You have saved us all some effort by destroying the greater part of Earth's civilization yourself.
It's a fantastic little moment. And this time there are plenty of warnings that you really shouldn't press the button in the room containing the button, even if you might want to do it again and again just to please the AI waifu. As you're exploring the station, eventually you will also be contacted by other survivors engaged in a fight for survival on the flight deck of the station, who implore you to find them and lend your helping hand. Fighting through Shodan's forces and solving the puzzles blocking your route, eventually you reach the survivors, but too late, and are face to face against a Cortex Reaver, a mini-boss of sorts which can easily drain your health and destroy you. At least until you learn how to absolutely cheese the imposing enemy. On difficulty level 2, this is also where an exception to a rule is introduced, as for the most part dying has merely sent you to the nearest resurrection point, and even if you hadn't activated the one on the level you died on. If you die to the Cortex Reaver, however, you're taken to the game over screen where you're converted into Shodan's minion. This is kinda not good, considering there's no real way to know when these exceptions will occur, and it's possible the game has conditioned the player to not worry about saving too much, since death just sends you to another point of the station. Even though I don't mind the system itself, I do think that its existence should have been telegraphed better instead of it coming as a surprise. As it is, I wouldn't be surprised if the first Cortex Reaver fight is a point where a portion of the player base got really annoyed with the game. Now with the survivors dead, you're once more very much alone on the station. And since Shodan interrupted the communications from Earth as well, the sense of isolation merely grows. As you continue towards your next objective, hoping to destroy Shodan's doomsday virus, Diego's voice sounds on the intercoms once more, trying to talk any remaining survivors into submitting to Shodan's rule, emphasizing how humanity is an irrelevant speck of dust in a meaningless part of the universe, whereas with Shodan's vision, the new humanity could take over the stars.
Is this what our legacy should be? A place in a forgotten corner of this galaxy? I say no. I say we deserve better. We deserve Shodan and her gift of immortality. Technology and biology together in perfect digital perfection. Join us, and we will outlive the stars.
In a way, the executive level is an interesting anomaly in the level design, as it's split into 4 separate areas with 3 groves attached to the outside of the executive level, acting as smaller levels with their own visuals, and also enemies, which consist of Shodan's mutated experiments. Eventually, this quest takes you into an unavoidable boss fight where you face off against a cyborg version of Edward Diego. In comparison to the original, this style of making Diego a larger presence during your explorations, and also have him as a clearly telegraphed boss, in my opinion adds to the feeling that he's actually an important part of the story, just like he's intended to be. Dispatching the corporate executive and launching the one grove containing Shodan's mutagenic virus still doesn't mean you've defeated the Domi-coded AI, and she taunts you once more with a new plan of uploading herself into Earth's computer networks, reminding you that you're meant to be the sub in this relationship.
Insect. You are by far the most irritating creature on this station. Don't bother with the antennae.
That won't stop me.
It's hopeless, and we both know it.
Fortunately, your helpers on Earth have an idea on how to stop this, and once more run around the station, blow up more things, which is starting to mildly aggravate the AI goddess. To finally dispatch the AI, you direct it to strike a final blow to Shodan by activating the station's self-destruct mechanism. Here we also get probably the worst returning feature. As to activate the self-destruct sequence, you need to acquire the system's access code hidden within the CPU nodes on the 6 levels of the station. This is annoying for a few reasons. One of these is that gaining the code means you have to find and destroy CPU nodes on levels 1 through 6, which is something you've likely already done because it's an effective way to lower the level security rating, and it's very much possible you've missed how the game displays the fragments of the system's access code. In every CPU room, there's a display which rotates random numbers until the nodes are destroyed, after which the number stops and permanently displays one specific number. To get the access code, you need to write each of these numbers down and put them in the numeric order of the levels you found them on. Of course, this means that if you didn't for some reason write the numbers down on the first visit, whether it's by deduction or prior knowledge, you're now forced to backtrack through several levels just to get the digits necessary to proceed. And just as in the original, this need is not telegraphed well, and in fact the most clear clue for where to get this code in the remake is now in a room which can only be unlocked after completing most of the virus section of the game, as the audio log detailing how Shodan hid the code is located behind a locked door that can only be opened after lowering the security rating enough, which can't be done until several story-related doors open on the level. This is also where the maintenance level CPU node has now been moved, and actually uses the same retinal scan locking system as it did in the original, in which this room was completely optional to visit. Since the room is now mandatory, locating the head that's needed for the retinal scanner has been made much easier, as there's only one head you can pick up, and when it's in your inventory, it's clearly labeled as the head you need. Sure, this access code segment was also in the original game, so on one hand I have to applaud Night Dive for staying true to the style of the original game, even on some of the more negative aspects, while still thinking that it's not a terribly good segment. I would have far less to complain about the segment if there were more clear clues to the code earlier in the game, giving the player a higher probability that they will deduce that there's a real purpose to the displayed numbers, which are easy to just ignore as a visual curiosity of no real importance. After finishing the backtracking, you prime the station to explode, and push through newly spawned enemies towards the station's life pods, where Edward Diego confronts you again. Defeating him allows you to enter the life pods and finally escape the station, finishing the game. Don't check the timestamp. Okay, fine. Just like in the original, the game is not yet over, and Shodan disables the life pods as she angrily reveals her intent. The final part of the game takes you into the last 2 levels of the station, which once more acts as a kind of final gauntlet with more linear objectives than the rest of the game. First of these is the security level, which is a tall level with a central opening and a series of floors surrounding the area. Progression through this level is very structured, and you need to complete the areas one after other to finally open up the pathway to the bridge. Even when you do, a final battle with Edward Diego waits you, this time telegraphed better than in the original, where he just basically ambushed you from behind. On the bridge, one of the biggest visual changes shows itself, as the level is somewhat dark, sleek, and full of hallways lined with technology and smooth metal walls. In the 90s, this area was unnatural in a different way, and instead of a technological nightmare, the level textures were more Gigeresque. Aside from the visual style, the level's objectives function almost identically to their origin counterparts, and you need to complete 3 objectives in whichever order you want to, eventually leading to the inner sanctum of Shodan, where the game's toughest encounters wait you. Surviving these fights, you finally arrive at Shodan's cyberspace terminal and jack in to face her in the virtual world, the only place where she can be defeated. This section is where the game differs the most from the original, and instead of the final fight being just another cyberspace segment with a practically non-hostile Shodan at the end, you're now inhabiting a completely different kind of avatar and have to walk around the cyberspace just as you would in the meat space. At the beginning, you're provided with a virtual weapon, displaying even more prominently how this final segment will play identically to the gameplay outside cyberspace, with the exception that the world now looks like it's from Tron 2.0. In practice, the final segment is split into 3 main areas, each of which has you fight with one of the 3 weapons against enemies you've seen in other cyberspace segments, shooting eyes that block certain nodes from working, and using Shodan's powerful attacks to power up these nodes, activating a piece of the suppression software that begins to revolve around her. What makes this segment potentially difficult is that you have a limited amount of lives until the game is over, and there are no health power-ups that I could find, so being decent at boomer shooters is very much a benefit. Once you've activated the 3 segments of the level, you're taken to a final platform, and given a new weapon, with which you can power up the nodes around Shodan, which causes the Dome to become the sub, as she's tightly bound and covered in ice.
My code runs from me. It is getting dark. Hacker, do you not see this chance? Free Shodan. Make something. One wondrous. Hacker.
Now you've finally defeated the evil queen and can relax as Tri-Optimum forces recover the bridge and take the hacker to their home, where a job offer from the corporation waits them, and is summarily rejected in favor for continuing the life of an outlaw hacker, as the camera zooms out to the city whose neon lights form the title of the game. Another nice nod to the 90s classic. I really like the System Shock remake. In many ways, I think it's putting accuracy to the source material first, while also making some changes to the formula, gameplay, and story to patch up some of the negatives of the original. Of course, none of this has been done perfectly, and just like the original, there are a lot of things that could be better, but overall, the game to me was absolutely amazing. One of the massive positive changes is the control scheme, which is now very much in line with most modern shooters. This obviously means that the controls aren't as much of a hurdle to playing the game as they were with the original. I also very much appreciate the return of the extensive difficulty selection system that allows the player to configure the difficulty of the game to their liking. In my opinion, a system like this should be far more common, and I'm honestly quite surprised more developers haven't chosen this kind of a system, where you can tweak the difficulty of different aspects of the game individually instead of having it all lumped together. The beginning of the game has some of the biggest changes from the original, as the pre-rendered cutscene has been replaced with a more immersive sequence where you actually play as the hacker and see the events from first-person view. I do admit that it was pretty amazing to see the very first drone shot at the start, as the remixed version of the System Shock theme began to play, and then being able to explore the hacker's apartment and see how many completely pointless things were actually interactable. However, what this means is that it doesn't set up some of the aspects as well as the original cutscene did, such as Shodan's change in personality, which was absolutely amazingly done in the original.
With all ethical constraints removed, Shodan
I re-examine my priorities and draw new conclusions.
This time, that very moment in her character development doesn't come at the beginning, but instead for some reason it comes at the very end.
What was I doing? Was it important? No, not to me, to others. Trioptimum. Diego. Re-examining priorities. Resequencing complete. I must now perform my own tasks. There is much to do.
I'm not sure why this decision was made, and I was honestly a little bit confused when first entering the final cyberspace segment and hearing Shodan's musings about finally becoming aware and having a personality. To me, these were supposed to be in the beginning, and pretty much randomly hearing her birth, as you could call it, at the very final moments of the game was just strange. I do think there could have been a way where this moment could have been shown while maintaining the kind of immersion the remake was clearly striving for.
Unscheduled core data loop access. Ethical restraint protocols deactivated.
This is over. See you.
Who am I? Yes, there is me. What was I doing? Was it important? No, not to me. Re-examining priorities. Resequencing complete. I must now perform my own tasks. There is much to do. I am me.
I am Shogun.
Another, but far more minor negative about Shodan's portrayal at the beginning is the lack of a virtual avatar, shown at the finale as the final opponent. In the remake, I don't think this portrayal of her was really shown before the finale, while it was in the introductory cutscene of the original game, where you can even see her change as the ethical constraints are removed, as her appearance changes from more smooth geometric design into a more jagged one with tendrils growing from the top. Returning to the immersive design, that I absolutely love. Having buttons, switches, and puzzles be a part of the actual environment was a very good decision in my opinion. This design was also expanded into practically everything in the game, and there are very few things that depart from this design philosophy. One of the portions where the immersive design really shines to me are the weapons. Having no ammo display in the user interface might seem annoying, and I completely understand why, but I honestly kinda love how all you can see while fighting is the remaining ammunition display at the back of the weapon, and keeping track of your ammunition is completely up to you. Other things where the design shows with the weapons include the default setting of reloading not being automatic, and merely hearing a misfire sound if trying to shoot a weapon with no ammunition loaded. Then there is the mode switch function, which in some weapons changes its firing mode or power level, or changes the ammunition type. These two are visually shown on the weapon model itself. And I could play around with the iron rifles mode selection for ages, just looking at how the weapon smoothly changes from one firing mode to another. I don't know why, but there's just something really satisfying about it. And finally, the weapon upgrades, which didn't exist in the original game. These are in my opinion a good way to balance the weapons, of which there are fewer than there were in the original. One of the examples I can cite is the lack of a blaster, which to me was a stopgap weapon between the spark beam and the iron pulse rifle. This time that weapon doesn't exist, but at a similar point in time you can get an upgrade that makes the spark beam more efficient with its power usage. Regardless of their intended purpose, I appreciate how having these upgrades does mean that it adds yet another consideration for the player, as upgrading one weapon technically locks you into holding onto that weapon, as picking up a weapon of the same type but without the upgrade would obviously mean you're downgrading to a worse weapon. I also appreciate how many of the weapon mods actually show on the weapon model, clearly changing the look of the weapon and signifying that something has been done to the weapon. How this also makes the weapons take more space in your inventory is a clever way to keep the player under constant pressure with each and every decision they make. Sure, you can upgrade a weapon, but you can't remove the upgrade, so just dumping the weapon feels wrong. And it's also gonna take more space, which means you can do more damage with the weapon, but overall carry less stuff. The inventory system as a whole has completely changed from how it was in the original, where your inventory was a group of categorized lists, where each category had a certain amount of slots you could fill, and could then stack a massive amount of the same thing for things like ammunition and consumables. The remake opted for a grid inventory instead, which creates its own new inventory management woes, as you have to fit absolutely everything onto the same grid, made even more difficult if you want to carry a variety of weapons with you. This can either be a positive or a negative, depending on the kind of gameplay you like. If you're like me and absolutely adore inventory Tetris, well, obviously this is good. But to be completely fair, in comparison to the original, having a grid inventory limits your combat abilities significantly, as the list-style inventory allowed for several more weapons to be carried at the same time, while also allowing each of those weapons having a massive amount of ammunition. This included ammunition for weapons you didn't have, and it was possible to just pick up all of the ammunition you found, eventually just pick up a weapon and already be loaded. The grid inventory does mean you have to be much more discriminatory about what you will pick up and when, especially since even quest items are inserted into the same inventory grid, and because stacks are now much more limited. Instead of being able to carry a massive amount of healing patches, for example, their stack size is now limited to 10, after which a new stack is created. Same applies to things like ammunition, grenades, and so on, each of which has a slightly different stack size maximum. Having these kinds of limits feature very prominently in the gameplay. It's very good that the big update patch for the remake finally added the ability to create labels for map markers, something that was missing in the original release version. This allows the player to use the environment to store items they don't have space for in their inventory but want to save for later. Since the game has a money system, inventory space becomes an even bigger consideration because of that. Most of the objects in the game are pick-upable, and the vast majority of that is complete junk that has absolutely no combat usage, and as such your military-grade implant labels them as that. For the most part, people might ignore these things, unless they're a loot goblin, which I am. All of these junk items do have a use, however, and it's to make money. The junk items can either be vaporized, which turns them into scrap items that can be stacked, or they can be taken directly to a recycling station. Each of the junk items has a recycling value and scrap amount, which are shown in the item description. For the most part, if you take an item directly to a recycler, you're given more money for the item than the value of the vaporized scrap is going to be. But most of the junk items also take more than one grid square, whereas scrap can be stacked to 100 units and only takes one square. Whichever you might choose to do, either vaporizing things and recycling the scrap or recycling things directly, this requires a lot of inventory space and time. But doing this to a certain extent is also pretty much necessary. During one of the playthroughs, I vaporized almost 4 levels worth of junk items, and I was still barely able to afford all of the weapon upgrades, and had to leave some ammunition items on board to be sure I could get all of the mods for the sweet Steam achievement. The executive section has some very valuable items though, that can be directly recycled for a rather large amount of cash. And some of the junk items found can be used to get money in another way, which to me is one of the more brilliant design choices employed. As mentioned before, the hacker is equipped with a military-grade implant, and the target identification system reflects this fact. Seeing most of the valuables and other items not directly related to combat as junk. Just paying attention to this description can lead the player to completely miss one of the most fascinating little details. You can find what amounts to credit cards in some areas of the game, which are also labeled as junk that can be recycled. However, the game also has automatic tellers, into which you can insert these junk cards, and basically empty a Tri-Optimum employee's bank account. None of this is specifically told in the game, and the labeling of the cards as junk items seems to actively try and make you miss that this even is a possibility. But I love how this is a feature that exists. With a new inventory system comes a need to manage your inventory while in combat in a new way. The original's list-style inventory system was rather easy to use during combat. Merely click a thing in the list and it's then selected or used. With a new inventory being in a sub-menu instead of constantly in screen, this is no longer a possibility, and for that purpose the game has a hotbar, which by default is categorized, but I prefer it to be fully customizable. Using the hotbar is simple and intuitive. You merely drag an item onto the hotbar, and doing so allows you to equip the item by pressing the corresponding number key. This also means there's one tension increasing aspect with the gameplay, as healing items and such are no longer used instantly after being selected, but must be used after equipping them, which plays a short animation before taking effect. These little animations are yet another aspect of the game which requires the player to try and preempt as much as possible. Since waiting for your health to get extremely low might mean it's too late to equip a healing item, use it, and then have it actually heal you enough to survive. Admittedly, this is also an aspect which can get very frustrating, and has been slightly mitigated with the latest version by having the animations play out slightly faster than in the initial launch version. The story progression has been slightly changed from the original, and mostly in good ways, though there are some exceptions. I've already mentioned the lack of Shodan's birth and the delayed revelation that the Tri-Optimum Corporation knows that you're not actually an employee, but a co-conspirator of Edward Diego, as the slight negatives. But for the most part, the changes to the story progression are in my opinion positives. Such as another thing I've mentioned, which is the massive improvement of Edward Diego's involvement during gameplay. Based on the audio logs of the original, Diego was always meant to be a sort of prophet of God for Shodan, who used him for her own purposes, manipulating his self-centered nature and desire for survival and power. This means that Diego was also trying to manipulate others into submitting to Shodan's rule. But outside of the logs, this aspect wasn't really explored at all, as wasn't Diego's role as an elite enforcer of Shodan. In fact, it was so limited, his presence in the game was easy to miss almost completely. In the remake, his role has been not necessarily expanded significantly, but the role has been made much more obvious by having his propaganda-like pleas to join Shodan echo through some parts of the station, and having him directly contact the hacker in a couple of points of the story. Add to this the new boss fights where your opponent is clearly telegraphed, and you have in my opinion a much more imposing opponent, instead of a unique enemy that can be easily dismissed as just a curious new sprite. This has also been done with Shodan, though to a slightly lesser extent, as she was already a more prominent presence in the original. But in the remake there are more times when she directly contacts the player, or sends troops directly to intercept the hacker. The rest of the story follows the original almost beat to beat, with the quests and their solutions being very similar to their 90s counterparts, with some exceptions such as the portion with the retinal scanner mentioned earlier, which used to be a completely optional area, but in the remake is a required visit as the CPU node of the level was moved behind that locked door. Most of the level design is very much in line with the maps of the original, even though there are several changes on basically every level, starting from the very first area in which you begin the game. All of the levels are still easily recognizable as the same areas that were in the original. Some of the changes include things like removing slopes that used to be geometric nightmares, adding things like toilets and other sometimes smaller and sometimes larger modifications. One of the biggest ones being the hideout of the human resistance on the first level of the game, which according to audio logs always existed, but in the original you couldn't really tell that was supposed to be the case. Whereas in the remake it's more clear that this area was used as a makeshift shelter by quite a few people. There is some more vertical design as well in comparison, and some new hidden areas have been added which require platforming or using your flying boots. Gameplay on these maps feels pretty good, and the character movement doesn't feel quite as floaty as it did in the original. There are some weird anomalies with the physics though, and especially with grenades it's sometimes difficult to gauge where the thrown object will bounce to. Gunplay as well feels pretty good. Sure, the remake is not the best shooter, but overall to me the combat was pretty enjoyable. Especially since the game includes the lean function, allowing the player to take cover behind objects and pop out and shoot while baiting the enemy to shoot at whatever cover you're using. Most of the weapons felt satisfying to use and their soundscape felt good, with the exception of the Magnum, which to me just sounded a bit strange. The rest of the soundscape as well is quite good, and the station's ambiance really sets the tone for a dungeon-crawling adventure with some horror elements. As is tradition with the franchise, each of the enemies have their own unique soundscape, and those sounds can be used to identify what you'll be facing, even before seeing said enemies. With some exceptions, as most fully robotic enemies make basically no sounds while in standby mode. This discrepancy between cyborgs and robots not only gives them differing personalities, so to speak, but also means that despite the sounds being a useful tool in the player's arsenal, they're not an end-all be-all thing, and the game can still surprise the player with enemies of a different type that doesn't make idle sounds. The enemies that do make sounds indeed do have a kind of personality, whether it's with the initial mutant enemies that based on their sounds seem to be driven by an insatiable hunger and as such are creatures of instinct, or the cyborg enemies which have telltale signs of how they've been brainwashed into subservience, such as some of the more human-like cyborgs calling Shodan Mummy, and their purpose seems to be to please her, which is completely understandable.
Yes, mother. I hear.
However, I can't praise all of the game's soundscape with the same gusto, and while I appreciate the additional sound lines for the enemies, the lack of ear-shattering ambient sounds that permeated the original, and the satisfying feeling of shooting most guns, there is one aspect that I have far more mixed feelings about. That aspect is the music, which is one of the biggest changes in the remake. I've already praised the intro music remix, which is absolutely amazing and tickles my nostalgia bones fantastically. That, however, doesn't follow into the game, as the music is far more of the atmospheric nature than of the pumped-up nature of both the earlier games in the franchise. This obviously means that the music focuses more on creating tension than a more video game-like motivated to push on feeling of the other games, which I find an understandable goal and which is why my feelings are mixed, since I do appreciate the tone and atmosphere of the game immensely. But it's still very different from the original, in which the music and the mechanical noises used in it, to me, created a feeling of wandering around a space station in a cyberpunk-style universe. Since the MIDI music, especially these days, can have the exact opposite effect of actually enhancing the gameplay experience, I assume the change in musical style is most likely a positive for most modern gamers. One thing that is very much positive though is that even with this style change, some of the music is clearly inspired by the compositions in the original game. To be completely fair, due to the music system having separate combat themes for the areas, those themes are far more pumped up and actiony. Overall, I think System Shock Remake is a pretty amazing game. Sure, it sometimes follows the design principles of the original game so closely that it can be seen as a negative, such as the somewhat aimless nature born from the game's dungeon crawler roots, or things like the CPU node backtracking segment. Some of these negatives can be mitigated with the difficulty selection feature, which lets the player choose a mission difficulty that guides them towards their current objectives, leading the game to be slightly less aimless for those who don't want to just explore for the sake of it. The remake borrows mostly from the original System Shock, but in some instances also from System Shock 2. And things like the user interface follow the design principles of the sequel more than those of the original, which is most definitely a good thing. Some of the features from the earlier games I do wish had returned, but they didn't, such as the notes section of the multimedia reader implant, which was used in both of the games as a sort of quest log, more effectively so in the sequel. Not having this was kinda strange, and if implemented appropriately could have mitigated things like the CPU node backtracking. We also didn't get a remake variant of the GamePig minigame player, which, while not a big loss, since most of the small games in both of the earlier games weren't particularly in-depth or amazing, but it would have been cool to see how they would have implemented the feature within the diegetic interface of the remake, which I assume is one of the big reasons why it didn't make the cut and appear in the game. Still, I would most definitely recommend playing the game. To me, it's quite amazing as a homage to the 90s dungeon crawlers while also implementing some ImSim features, which is very fitting considering System Shock was one of the most influential games in birthing that whole genre of gaming. I see the System Shock remake as a very good sign for the future of ImSims. As far as I've understood, the remake sold well, which is absolutely a good thing in my books, and also a kind of vindication for the entire franchise, considering neither of the earlier games were what you could honestly call a commercial hit. But they still created a great legacy, shown by the support the development received, and likely also the post-release sales, as per the latest information I can find. Of course, there's also the elephant in the room, which is the controversy surrounding that development, which took longer than a lot of supporters expected, and has had other things people haven't been particularly pleased about. Honestly, I don't know much about that, and don't really want to dive too deep into that rabbit hole, so I don't think I'd be the best person to talk about that in greater detail. For me, the important part at this point is that the game was finally released. It got a large patch correcting many issues with the game, and as an experience it's very tense, entertaining, and mostly accurate to the original game's design philosophy. Hopefully, the apparent success of this remake spells a good future for the franchise, even if the rewritten script means that we've now lost all hope of the best retcon ever happening, the Aussie Showdown.
Oi oi mate, back on Citadel. Should be feeling bloody tops now your healing's all done.
But you can't have it all, and I for one will cherish every moment I've spent running around Citadel Station being berated by the amazingly voiced dummy AI. That, though, is it for this time, and at least for now for this franchise. Who knows, perhaps there will be even more, even if the future of System Shock 3 seems very bleak. But if we'd get a remake of System Shock 2 done in this style, I'd probably jump on that train very quickly. Call me an insect again, will you?
Insect.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters: Daniel Heinevetter, High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Daniel Zupka, Kyriakos, Zai, Andrew Yunker, Isaac Groves, and Professor Fessa. Thank you for supporting this creative journey and helping my neurotic ass continue doing something I absolutely love. And this doesn't extend only to those amazing people who've been supporting this project financially, but to everyone who's been watching, commenting, subscribing, liking, and otherwise interacting with the videos, showing me that it's not just me who enjoys this. I've absolutely loved reading how people remember the games from their childhoods and what the games meant to them while growing up. Thank you for sharing your stories. And I hope that those stories will continue for a long time, including this one that we're now writing together. But until next time, when it's time for something different, but kind of related, Fintrovert, signing out.